Hello and welcome back to Fox Novel Tales. Tonight the air is thick with stories, and we're about to wander into one worth savouring, a quiet journey through the clatter of commuter trains and the echoing corridors of memory, where the scent of rain on old asphalt and the faint, sweet perfume of forgotten possibilities mingle like twilight. You probably wouldn't make it through this story without at least one moment of wondering where you left your old paper airplane. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if this tale resonates with you, please share it with your friends, on your favorite social networks, or in the comments below, letting me know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let us draw near as the words lift off the page and carry us into a world that feels both distant and impossibly close. The late commuter train, with its patterned seats resembling a galaxy someone had tried to vacuum but given up on halfway through, was my nightly companion, a metal serpent coiling through the city's underbelly. I was Ethan Hale, 46 years old, and my calendar was a regiment of meetings, my dinners a microwave's mournful hum. I was good at my job, spreadsheets that balanced with an almost poetic precision, emails that placated with carefully chosen words, but not especially fond of it. It was a well-oiled machine I tended, not a garden I cultivated. My apartment, a quiet testament to benign neglect, housed a stubborn ficus that somehow survived my infrequent watering, and a shoebox of photographs I never opened, because nostalgia, I'd long decided, felt like a cupboard with a loose hinge, threatening to spill its contents at the slightest jostle. Tonight, the train's steady clatter offered the same lullaby it always did, a rhythmic drone against the backdrop of my quiet existence. But as I watched my reflection stutter in the dark glass between stations, a different melody began to play. My eyes, usually so adept at scanning columns of figures, seemed tired, as though they'd been squinting at the horizon for years and seeing only weather patterns. There was a weariness etched around them, a map of all the decisions not made, all the roads not taken, all the words left unsaid. The conductor's voice, a disembodied echo from the PA system, cut through the train's hum. Next stop. Maplewood. Maplewood. The name snagged on something deep inside me, a forgotten hook in the quiet waters of my mind. It was a distant stop I didn't intend to reach, a place that existed more in memory than on any current timetable. But the word itself was a key, turning in a rusty lock. Maplewood. The small town, with the sprawling maple tree that dropped helicopters onto my childhood hair, the chalky sidewalks that crisscrossed our cul-de-sac like veins, the place where a girl with a blue ribbon in her ponytail once made my heart behave like a startled bird. The train slipped into a tunnel, and the lights flickered, not quite off, but just wrong enough for wonder to take advantage of the momentary disorientation. The car seemed to stretch and soften, its hard edges blurring. In the rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels on the tracks, I heard something else, something younger. Jump rope songs, faint and sweet, and the whoop of boys launching themselves off curbs on bikes with a reckless abandon I'd long since forgotten. Then, there he was, 8-year-old Ethan, appearing in the glass, a faint smudge of jam on his chin, the kings of the block at his back. There was Milo with his perpetually scabbed knees, a testament to his boundless energy and questionable climbing skills, always ready with a joke or a half-eaten candy bar. And Jenny, who could outrun the wind, her short dark hair a blur as she left us all in her dust, a fierce and loyal protector of our small kingdom. And Luis, who always managed to turn hide-and-seek into a philosophical debate, hiding in plain sight, and then explaining why his choice was a profound statement on perception. But most vividly, there was Claire Bennett from next door, her laughter a sound like a spoon clinking against a glass, clear and bright. I remembered the day she split a grape popsicle with me, pressing the cold purple half into my palm like a solemn treaty, a silent promise of endless summers. And the paper airplane, a meticulously folded masterpiece I'd crafted just for her, the one that snagged in the maple's top branches and trembled there like a secret I'd promised to retrieve, a tiny, unreachable dream suspended against the boundless blue. I could almost feel the sticky sweetness of the popsicle on my fingers, the rough texture of the paper airplane, the hopeful ache in my small chest. The train rocked again, a jolt that pulled me forward in time, though not entirely out of the past. I was 12 now, all elbows and ears, awkward in a school gym strung with crepe paper, the air thick with the smell of cheap perfume and nervous anticipation. Claire was there too, wearing a dress that looked like an ocean I could drown in, shimmering under the disco lights. I hovered near the punch bowl, practicing lines in my head, grand pronouncements of affection that melted on my tongue before they could ever reach my lips. I thought, later, after the next song, after I stop sweating through my shirt, after I become someone braver. But the music changed, the lights came up, and I left, hands in my pockets, a headache scented like floor wax clinging to my clothes. The conductor's next announcement, a garbled string of future stops, overlapped with a memory of 7th grade social studies. Doors closing, opportunities closing. I laughed once, a dry, humorless sound at my own melodrama, and felt a little sick anyway. Another sway, another shift, and I was 18. My backpack heavy with the complicated subject of leaving. Claire's family was moving. There was a train platform under a harsh sun, a departure time ticking down like a dare. I walked there slowly, as I always did. I always walked there slowly, imagining grand speeches that would require grander lungs than mine, words that would somehow encapsulate all the unspoken years. I arrived in time to see the back of her as she stepped aboard, turning just once, the way movie stars do when they are teaching you about regret. I raised my hand, a flag of truce or surrender. I wasn't sure which. She didn't see me. The train stole her away with an efficiency that felt cruel. In the window's reflection, middle-aged Ethan watched his teenage self decide that maybe not choosing was a kind of choice, and I recognized how that timid muscle had strengthened over years. The apologies not made, the trips not taken, the almost promotions that felt safer to decline, the girlfriend I loved in my 20s and forgot to tell until she got tired of guessing. Time, I thought, is a polite pickpocket. You don't notice the loss until you're reaching for something you could swear you had. Around me, the other passengers blurred into versions of people I once knew. My 5th grade teacher frowning over a crossword, the neighbor's golden retriever sprawled as a college kid in a hoodie snoring softly, a man in a navy coat whistling the jingle of an ice cream truck, and I understood, with both amusement and a pinch of panic, that the train was carrying more than commuters tonight. It was hauling my whole archive. The stoplights of memory flicked from green to yellow as I drifted between then and now, and a quiet urgency gathered, a whisper that perhaps that boy on the platform did not have to be the man on this train forever. The train continued its steady, hypnotic rhythm, a percussive backdrop to the theater of my own unraveling mind. The fluorescent lights hummed, casting a sterile glow on the patterned seats, but in my peripheral vision the edges of the present blurred, yielding to the vibrant, sun-drenched hues of Maplewood. The archive was indeed open, and the files were tumbling out, each one a vivid, breathing thing. "Ethan, you're going to miss it!" That was Milo, his voice a clarion call across 35 years, pulling me into a memory so clear I could almost feel the sticky pages of a new comic book in my hands. We were 9, sprawled on the shag carpet of his living room, the air thick with the scent of old paper and the faint, sweet promise of adventure. His father's comic book store was a treasure trove, and Milo, the prince of that domain, had just unveiled the latest issue of Cosmic Crusaders. "I'm not going to miss it," I'd mumbled, my nose practically pressed against the glossy cover, tracing the hero's defiant stance. "I'm just, absorbing the cover art. It's important for character development." Milo, with his perpetually curly red hair and the patchwork scars on his knees that told tales of countless scrapes and triumphs, snorted. "Character development? You're just procrastinating, reading the good part. Look, they're fighting the brain-eaters from Sector 7. This is epic." He snatched the comic, his eyes wide with mock horror. "You gotta read the dialogue, Ethan. It's all about the dialogue. What's the hero saying? What's the villain plotting? It's not just pretty pictures, you know." I know, I'd sighed, reaching for it. "But sometimes the anticipation is half the fun, and the pictures tell a story too, Milo, without words." He'd rolled his eyes, but a grin tugged at his lips. "You always think too much, Ethan. Just read it, experience it." And experience it we did, our heads bent together, our whispers filling the room, punctuated by gasps and exclamations. It was a simple joy, a shared world where cosmic battles were fought and won with the turn of a page, and the biggest decision was whether to reread it or dive into another adventure. Milo, even then, was the one who pulled me into the immediate, the visceral, the joy of the present moment. He was the grounding force, the laughter, the uncomplicated thrill. The train jolted slightly, and the memory rippled, but didn't break. Instead, it flowed into another, this one sharper, edged with a familiar competitive spirit. "Jenny!" "You call that running, Hale?" Jenny Chu's voice, even at 10, carried the kinetic promise of sudden sprints. We were on the gravel track behind the elementary school, the late afternoon sun stretching our shadows long and distorted before us. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but Jenny, lean and wiry, was still bouncing on the balls of her feet, her short black hair a little wind-blown. "It's my personal best," I panted, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. I was never a natural athlete, more inclined to strategy than raw speed. "Your personal best is still last place, slowpoke," she shot back, but there was no malice in her tone, only a playful challenge. Then she turned, shielding her eyes to look at a smaller, frailer kid who had stumbled near the starting line. "Hey, Timmy, you okay over there? Don't let them push you around." She jogged over, her competitive edge instantly replaced by fierce protectiveness. "You want to race me, Timmy? I'll give you a head start. And if anyone says anything, you tell them Jenny Chu said to leave you alone." I watched her, a knot of admiration and a faint, familiar ache forming in my chest. Jenny, always the first to fight for the underdog, to stand up for what was right, to turn a race into a lesson in resilience. Chapter 2. Echoes in the Carriages. The train continued its steady, hypnotic rhythm, a percussive backdrop to the theatre of my own unraveling mind. The fluorescent lights hummed, casting a sterile glow on the patterned seats, but in my peripheral vision the edges of the present blurred, yielding to the vibrant, sun-drenched hues of Maplewood. The archive was indeed open, and the files were tumbling out, each one a vivid, breathing thing. "Ethan, you're going to miss it." That was Milo, his voice a clarion call across 35 years, pulling me into a memory so clear I could almost feel the sticky pages of a new comic book in my hands. We were 9, sprawled on the shag carpet of his living room, the air thick with the scent of old paper and the faint, sweet promise of adventure. His father's comic book store was a treasure trove, and Milo, the prince of that domain, had just unveiled the latest issue of Cosmic Crusaders. "I'm not going to miss it," I'd mumbled, my nose practically pressed against the glossy cover, tracing the hero's defiant stance. "I'm just absorbing the cover art. It's important for character development." Milo, with his perpetually curly red hair and the patchwork scars on his knees that told tales of countless scrapes and triumphs, snorted. "Character development? You're just procrastinating reading the good part. Look, they're fighting the brain-eaters from Sector 7. This is epic." He snatched the comic, his eyes wide with mock horror. "You gotta read the dialogue, Ethan. It's all about the dialogue. What's the hero saying? What's the villain plotting? It's not just pretty pictures, you know." I know, I'd sighed, reaching for it. "But sometimes the anticipation is half the fun, and the pictures tell a story too, Milo, without words." He'd rolled his eyes, but a grin tugged at his lips. "You always think too much, Ethan. Just read it. Experience it." And experience it we did, our heads bent together, our whispers filling the room, punctuated by gasps and exclamations. It was a simple joy, a shared world, where cosmic battles were fought and won with the turn of a page. And the biggest decision was whether to reread it or dive into another adventure. Milo, even then, was the one who pulled me into the immediate, the visceral, the joy of the present moment. He was the grounding force, the laughter, the uncomplicated thrill. The train jolted slightly and the memory rippled but didn't break. Instead, it flowed into another, this one sharper, edged with a familiar competitive spirit. "Jenny. You call that running, Hale?" Jenny Chu's voice, even at 10, carried the kinetic promise of sudden sprints. We were on the gravel track behind the elementary school, the late afternoon sun stretching our shadows long and distorted before us. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but Jenny, lean and wiry, was still bouncing on the balls of her feet, her short black hair a little wind-blown. "It's my personal best," I panted, hands on my knees trying to catch my breath. I was never a natural athlete, more inclined to strategy than raw speed. "Your personal best is still last place, slowpoke," she shot back, but there was no malice in her tone, only a playful challenge. Then she turned, shielding her eyes to look at a smaller, frailer kid who had stumbled near the starting line. "Hey, Timmy, you okay over there? Don't let them push you around." She jogged over, her competitive edge instantly replaced by fierce protectiveness. "You want to race me, Timmy? I'll give you a head start, and if anyone says anything, you tell them Jenny Chu said to leave you alone." I watched her, a knot of admiration and a faint, familiar ache forming in my chest. Jenny, always the first to fight for the underdog, to stand up for what was right, to turn a race into a lesson in resilience. She was the wind itself, and I, the hesitant sailboat, always a little in her wake, but never truly lost. The train lights flickered again, a stutter in the fabric of time. A figure moved down the aisle, a neat bun streaked with grey, an old-fashioned cap perched just so. Mrs. Liu, the conductor. She paused beside my seat, her presence a soft interruption to my reverie. "Rough journey tonight, dear?" she asked, her voice a gentle murmur, yet it cut through the din of my memories with surprising clarity. Her eyes, keen and knowing, seemed to hold centuries of train rides, of human stories. I blinked, pulling myself back to the present, the stale air of the carriage, the anonymous faces around me. "Just a long day," I replied, the standard, anodyne response. She offered a small, knowing smile. "Some days are longer than others, aren't they? And some journeys, well, they take you places you didn't realize you needed to go." She moved on, her words hanging in the air like a wisp of smoke, cryptic and profound, perfectly fitting her reputation as a conductor with a sixth sense for weary souls. Her words, however, had opened another door. A memory of Luis, always the philosopher, even when we were just kids building a fort out of discarded plywood and old blankets behind Mrs. Aranda's house. He sat cross-legged amidst our architectural triumph, a stick in his hand, drawing diagrams in the dirt. "So, Ethan," he'd begun, his brow furrowed in thought, even at 11, "if a tree falls in the forest, and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound?" I remember looking up from trying to nail a particularly stubborn plank. "Of course it does, Luis. Sound is vibrations. The tree vibrates, the air vibrates. Doesn't matter if anyone hears it." "Ah, but what if sound is perception?" he countered, his eyes gleaming behind his perpetually smudged glasses. "What if the experience of sound requires a listener? Is a story truly a story if it's never told? Is a memory truly a memory if it's never shared?" Milo, who had just arrived with a bag of stolen apples, scoffed. "Luis, it's a tree. It falls. It makes a thud. Let's eat these apples before Mrs. Aranda notices they're missing." But Luis wasn't deterred. "Milo, you miss the point. It's about existence. Does something exist if its existence isn't acknowledged? What if we are just echoes, waiting for someone to hear us?" I'd pondered that, even then. The idea of echoes, of stories unheard, of memories unshared. It struck a chord even as I dismissed it as Luis being, well, Luis. He was always the one who made us think, who turned the simplest game into an existential question. His background in philosophy was no surprise. He was born to question the very fabric of reality, even when that reality was a dirt fort and stolen apples. The train rattled over a switch, and the image of Luis faded, replaced by the stern but kind face of Mr. Keegan, our elementary school principal. He was a towering figure to us as children, with his impeccably brushed white hair and golf shirts that seemed to defy the very laws of fashion. I remember being called into his office once, not for mischief but for being too quiet, too withdrawn after a particularly rough day on the playground. He sat behind his large wooden desk, his bifocals perched on his nose, making him look like a wise owl. "Ethan," he began, his voice surprisingly gentle, "Mrs. Henderson tells me you've been rather introspective today. Everything all right, son?" I mumbled something about a lost baseball game, about feeling silly. He leaned forward, his elbows on the desk, his gaze direct. "Silly, you say?" "Ethan, being sensitive is not a flaw. It's a superpower. You feel things deeply, don't you? You notice the nuances others miss. That's a gift. Don't let the rough edges of the world dull your shine. The bravest people aren't those who feel nothing, but those who feel everything and still choose to be kind." He paused, then added with a dry wit, "Though a little less introspection and a little more participation in kickball might help you avoid some of those lost baseball game blues." His words then had been a balm. Now they were a mirror, reflecting the man who had let that sensitivity become a shield, who had chosen introspection over participation for far too long. The train's gentle sway brought another memory, this one infused with the scent of cinnamon and the warmth of unconditional love. Mrs. Aranda's backyard, a riot of overgrown roses and tomato plants, was a sanctuary. She was a petite woman, round and soft, with a halo of silver hair and a laugh that could boom over any fence. I'd scraped my knee badly falling off my bike, and she'd scooped me up, clucking. "Ay, mijo, another battle scar for the collection, eh?" she'd said, her hands, which could mend anything from a torn seam to a broken heart, gently cleaning the wound. "Here, have a cookie, fresh from the oven, and tell me, what wisdom did you gain from this fall?" "That concrete is harder than me," I'd sniffled, accepting the warm, cinnamon-scented cookie. She chuckled, a rich, rolling sound. Precisely, and that sometimes you need a little help to get back up. No shame in that, Ethan, no shame at all. She'd told me a story then about her own childhood, about a time she'd fallen and been too proud to ask for help, and how much longer it had taken her to heal. Her stories were always like that, simple parables woven into everyday moments, offering wisdom without judgment. She was the neighborhood grandma, the keeper of stories, the one who made everyone feel like her favorite. As I chewed the cookie, Carla, Claire's younger sister, had peeked around the corner of the house, her curly hair a wild halo. She was always trying to be part of our older kids' games. "Is Ethan crying?" she'd asked, her voice a little too loud. "Carla," Claire had appeared, pulling her sister back. "Don't be rude." "He's not crying, silly," Mrs. Aranda had interjected, a twinkle in her eye. "He's just collecting important data for future bike rides. And you two, come have a cookie too. There's enough for everyone, always." Carla even then was practical and watchful, always observing, always absorbing. She was the one who could see the truth and wasn't afraid to speak it, even if it was just to point out a scraped knee. I wondered what she saw now, what stories she collected from the emergency room, what truths she spoke to those in crisis. The memories piled upon each other, a rich tapestry of childhood, each thread connected to the central, vibrant figure of Claire. She was in all of them, sometimes in the background, sometimes at the forefront, her laughter a constant melody. The paper airplane in the maple tree, the shared popsicle, the dance, the train platform, each moment a testament to a connection that I had allowed to fray, to a story that I had left unfinished. The conductor, Mrs. Liu, walked past again, her soft footsteps barely disturbing the train's hum. This time she didn't stop, but her eyes met mine briefly, and in that fleeting glance I felt a gentle push, a silent question. "What are you going to do with all this, dear?" It was a question I'd avoided for decades. My life had become a series of avoidance strategies, a carefully constructed edifice of routine and predictability, designed to keep the messy, unpredictable emotions of the past at bay. I had built walls, not out of malice, but out of a quiet, creeping fear of vulnerability, of opening myself up to the possibility of further loss, further regret. The spreadsheet was my fortress, the microwave dinner my comfort, the ficus my only dependent, demanding little and offering less. But the train, this metal tube hurtling through the night, was becoming a vessel of revelation, not just transport. It was hauling my whole archive, yes, but it was also forcing me to look at the dusty files, to read the forgotten letters, to hear the echoes of laughter and unspoken words. The boy on the platform, waving a timid hand, had become the man on this train, still waving, but now, perhaps, with a different intention. The memories, once a source of gentle melancholy, now carried a quiet urgency. They weren't just ghosts of the past. They were blueprints for a future I hadn't dared to imagine. Milo's insistence on experiencing life, Jenny's fierce loyalty, Luis's philosophical probes into existence, Mr. Keegan's wisdom about sensitivity, Mrs. Aranda's comforting acceptance. They were all threads in the fabric of who I was, or rather, who I could be, if I only stopped letting fear dictate my choices. I thought of Ruth, my sister. Ruth, who despite her own demanding career as a senior legal counsel, always made time for the people she cared about, even if it was just a quick, sarcastic text. I remembered a time, years ago, when she'd called me out on my emotional reticence. "Ethan," she'd said, her voice a mix of exasperation and affection, "you're like a beautiful antique clock that's stopped ticking. All the gears are there, all the intricate workings, but you just won't move. What are you so afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of anything," I'd retorted, too quickly, too defensively. "Oh, please," she'd scoffed. You're afraid of everything, of feeling too much, of saying the wrong thing, of getting hurt. You build these little fortresses around your heart, and then you wonder why no one can get in. Her words had stung then, and they stung now, resonating with Louise's question about stories untold and memories unshared. I had become the architect of my own emotional isolation, brick by brick, spreadsheet by spreadsheet. The train slowed, its brakes hissing softly. The conductor's voice, Mrs. Liu's voice, came over the intercom again, clearer this time, cutting through the last vestiges of my internal monologue. "Ladies and gentlemen," she announced, her tone calm, almost lyrical, "we are approaching Maplewood. Next stop, Maplewood. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform." Maplewood. The name, once a distant echo, now sounded like the opening note of a song I nearly remembered, a melody that had been playing softly in the background of my life for decades, waiting to be truly heard. My stomach dropped, just the way it did at the top of a swing when you're 8 and newly convinced you can launch yourself into the sky. It was a dizzying mix of fear and exhilaration. I stood before I could reason it out, my briefcase thumping against my knee. I had lived by timetables so long, the idea of stepping off where I hadn't planned felt like shoplifting, a transgression against the meticulously ordered universe I had constructed for myself. And the thrill of it, the sheer audacious thrill, was almost comic. The boy on the platform was still there somewhere, in the depths of me, and he was finally making a choice. The conductor's voice, Mrs. Liu's voice, was a soft, insistent chime, a call to a destination I hadn't consciously sought, but now, inexplicably, felt drawn to. Maplewood. Next stop, Maplewood. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. The words hung in the air not as a command but as an invitation, a whisper of possibility. My stomach dropped, a familiar sensation from childhood swings, that fleeting moment at the apex where the world paused before gravity took over, promising either a thrilling plunge or a gentle arc back to earth. This felt like the former, a leap into the unknown with only the thumping of my heart as a guide. I stood, a decision made not by logic or spreadsheet analysis, but by an impulse so pure, so unexpected, it felt like a foreign language spoken by my own soul. My briefcase, that ever-present symbol of my meticulously ordered life, thumped against my knee, a small protest against this sudden deviation from the script. To step off where I hadn't planned, to derail the carefully constructed timetable of my existence, felt like a quiet act of rebellion, akin to shoplifting a moment of my own life, back from the relentless march of routine. And the thrill of it, the sheer audacious thrill, was almost comic, a nervous giggle bubbling up from a well I hadn't known existed. I saw Mrs. Liu at the door, her eyes, those observant, knowing eyes, meeting mine. "A change of plans, Mr. Hale?" she inquired, her voice low, a conspiratorial note in its depths. She seemed to see more than just a commuter disembarking. She saw the story unfolding. "Something like that, Mrs. Liu," I admitted, a tentative smile touching my lips. "A detour, perhaps." She nodded, a slight, almost imperceptible movement. "Sometimes the detours are the most direct route home. Don't forget your bag." Her hand gestured to my briefcase, which I'd almost forgotten in the sudden rush of adrenaline. "Thank you," I managed, stepping past her, the air on the platform hitting me with a cool, surprising freshness. The doors hissed shut behind me, the train pulling away with a groan that sounded almost like a sigh of relief, leaving me standing alone on the familiar, yet utterly foreign platform of Maplewood. The night air was ripe with the scent of cut grass, a distant hum of crickets, and the faint, comforting aroma of laundry soap carried on a breeze from unseen backyards. It was a sensory assault of memory, each scent a key unlocking another chamber in the archive of my mind. I took a deep breath, letting the coolness fill my lungs, a stark contrast to the recycled air of the train. I walked the 5 blocks to what used to be home, a pilgrimage that felt both impossibly long and startlingly short. The familiar streets, once the vast sprawling landscapes of my childhood adventures, now seemed strangely diminished. Driveways that had once stretched like endless ribbons to my 8-year-old eyes now appeared like dollhouse roads, neatly paved and almost quaint. The houses, once looming castles, were now just houses, smaller, more modest than my memory had painted them. It was as if a giant hand had gently squeezed the entire neighborhood, shrinking it into a more manageable yet no less significant scale. And then there it was, the maple tree. It wasn't the towering cathedral of green I remembered, its branches reaching for the sky like ancient gnarled arms. It was still noble, still grand, but its majesty was less about overwhelming size and more about enduring presence. A few late seeds, those distinctive helicopters, drifted down, twirling in the faint glow of a streetlight, like confetti from a bash it stubbornly refused to admit was over. Each delicate spin was a silent testament to time's relentless passage, yet also to life's persistent cycle. I reached out, catching one, its delicate papery wing resting in my palm, a tiny, fragile
across the street,
drawn by an invisible thread, and sat on the curb directly across from Claire's old house. It was dark, a silent sentinel in the night, but in my mind's eye I could see the porch light on, hear the faint strains of music from an open window, imagine the rustle of leaves as Claire, with her blue ribbon and her bright laugh, ran out to play. The house was a vessel holding not just bricks and mortar, but a lifetime of unspoken words and unfulfilled promises. I took out my phone, that complicated talisman of modern life, capable of conjuring anything but the past. Yet tonight, I hoped, it might build a bridge to it. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, a digit that, at 8, had held a sticky grape popsicle, that at 12 had smudged graphite onto a nervous palm while trying to sketch her face, that at 18 had waved goodbye and called it an attempt, a weak, unconvincing gesture. Now it trembled with a different kind of intent. I searched for Claire. The name, simple and pure, brought up a surprising number of results. I scrolled, my heart a drum against my ribs, until I found her. Claire Bennett. An older, smiling version of the girl I remembered, but unmistakably her. That same spoon-against-glass smile, a little softer now, edged with the wisdom of years, but still bright, still capable of lighting up a screen. A snapshot of 2 kids, boys I presumed, in a lake, their faces wet and happy, a dog in a ridiculous sweater photobombing another picture. Her life, vibrant and full, unfolded before me in a series of carefully curated pixels. I typed, and deleted, typed again. My fingers fumbled, wrestling with the enormity of what I wanted to say, the weight of decades of silence. Hey, long time no see, too casual. Remember me, too presumptuous. I'm on your old street, too creepy. The words felt inadequate, clumsy, like trying to catch moonlight in a sieve, then a quiet surrender, honesty. Because everything else, every timid evasion, every polite half-truth, had already been tried, and had only led me here, to this curb under a maple tree, 46 and full of regret. I began to type again, slowly, deliberately, each word a step across the chasm of time. I don't know if you remember me, I started, the cliché feeling oddly right. But I grew up next door, Ethan Hale. I paused, considering. Add a touch of the past, something specific. You once split a popsicle with me, and my heart has been confused about temperatures ever since. A small, self-deprecating smile touched my lips. It was silly, yes, but it was honest, a glimpse into the boy who still lived inside me. I thought of you tonight and the paper airplane that I still owe you. The airplane, the secret, the unfulfilled promise. I guess I'm writing because I didn't say things when I could have, not just to you, and I'm trying to be someone who says them now. Thank you for existing in my memory the way a lit window exists on a dark street. I read it over, my breath held. It was raw, a little rambling, perhaps a little too earnest for a casual message, but it was me. It was the truth, finally, unvarnished. My thumb hovered over the send button, a precipice. The click was small, barely audible in the quiet night, yet it felt seismic, a tremor that ran through the very foundations of my carefully beneath the maple world, drenched in the soft embarrassment of doing something so profoundly, vulnerably earnest. It was an unfamiliar feeling, a mixture of foolishness and liberation. I waited, without expectation, without hope. Just waited, letting the silence of the night absorb the echo of that small, momentous click. A moth, drawn by the streetlight, collided gamely with the glass, a tiny, persistent dancer in the cosmic ballet. Somewhere, in the distance, someone practiced scales on a trumpet, a hesitant, slightly off-key melody, followed by a muffled thud against a wall, as if apologizing to their neighbors for the intrusion. Life, in its messy, imperfect glory, was happening all around me. Then my phone vibrated, a small, almost imperceptible tremor in my hand, yet it felt like an earthquake. Claire's name bloomed on the screen. I opened the message, my heart thrumming a frantic rhythm. Her reply was gentle, warm, and edged with the humility of two people who understood that life was mostly improvisation, a series of unexpected cues and unrehearsed lines. Ethan, it began, and the sound of my name in her digital hand was a balm. Of course I remember you, neighbor. I think of that airplane every spring when the maple seeds start to fall. It made my night to hear from you. A pause, then a line that felt like a quiet understanding, a shared history acknowledged. I moved again and again and learned to carry some places in my pocket. I wondered sometimes too. She continued, painting a picture of her life, a mosaic of everyday joys and challenges. I'm well. My boys are learning to ride bikes, and I'm learning not to sprint after them every second, though it's a daily struggle. Time is both a miracle and a prank, isn't it? She did not blow any trumpets of fate, did not suggest grand reunions or destiny. She did something far better. She remembered me humanly, fully enough that the tight knot in my chest, a knot I hadn't realized was there until it began to loosen, finally unwound. My breath came easier, a deep, silent sigh of release. The rebirth, I realized, wasn't a sudden, dramatic billboard flashing across the sky. It was a kernel warming, a slow, gentle unfurling from within. Claire's message was a key, but the lock was inside me. The next thing I did was almost automatic, a consequence of that loosened knot. I opened my contacts and found Ruth. My sister. The one I hadn't called back for reasons so petty, so trivial. They embarrassed me even in the telling. A missed callback, a perceived slight, a general inertia that had settled over my life like a fine dust. "Hey Ruth," I typed, the words flowing more easily now. "I'm sorry for not calling back, for being me sometimes. How are you?" Really. It wasn't a grand apology, but it was honest, without legal language or elaborate excuses. It was a simple, unburdened offering. Then I remembered Mara's text from work, a casual invitation to a Saturday hike. My hiking boots were mostly theoretical, residing somewhere in the back of my closet, unused and probably still dusty from the last time I'd moved apartments. But the thought of saying no, of retreating into my usual, predictable Saturday, felt suddenly stifling. Mara, I typed. Yes. To the hike. What time? I might need to buy new boots, but I'm in. The commitment felt surprisingly good. A small ripple in the placid pond of my routines. I looked at the ficus in my apartment, its leaves a familiar, stoic green. I'd set a calendar reminder, a ridiculous number of alerts, to water it, a task I perpetually put off. But now, it felt different. I laughed, a genuine, unforced sound, and reached for the bottle of iced tea from my bag. "Here you go, old friend," I muttered, pouring the sticky liquid into its pot. It was a silly, sticky ritual, but it was a ritual of presence. I took the later train home. The car looked like itself again, the patterned seats no longer a galaxy of forgotten stars, but just seats. Yet, it also looked like a place I had not exhausted, a space that still held possibility. I saw a woman standing with a violin case, her face etched with a quiet weariness. Without a second thought, without the usual internal debate or stammer, I offered my seat. "Please," I said, gesturing. "You look like you've had a long day, and that violin case can't be light." She looked surprised, then grateful. "Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind of you." She settled in, carefully placing her violin case beside her. "Not at all," I replied, finding myself standing comfortably. "I used to be terrible at the recorder, but I've always admired anyone brave enough to make music in public." She smiled at that, a genuine, warm smile that reached her eyes. "The recorder, huh? Well, the violin is a bit more forgiving than the recorder, I'll give you that. But it still requires a lot of faith, really." "Faith?" I echoed, intrigued. "Yes," she explained, her voice soft. "Faith that all those hours of practice, all those screechy notes, will eventually lead to something beautiful. Faith that you can convey emotion through a piece of wood and some strings. And faith that your neighbors won't call the police." She chuckled, a light, musical sound. "I suppose practice is a kind of faith, isn't it?" I mused, thinking of all those years I had quietly rehearsed the art of sidestepping life. And bad neighbors. Well, they're a rite of passage in any symphony, no matter the instrument. We talked for a few minutes about the challenges of learning an instrument, the unexpected joys of performance, the peculiar rhythms of city life. No promises were exchanged, no grand declarations made, just the tender, unexpected fact of conversation, where silence would normally have been the easier gamble. It was a small moment, a fleeting connection with a stranger, but it felt significant, a quiet affirmation of a newly found willingness to engage. The journey home, once a passage into solitude, was now a gentle bridge, carrying me towards a landscape that felt both familiar and wonderfully new. The next morning, the city hummed with its usual relentless energy, but something within me had shifted, a subtle recalibration, like the tiny gears of a watch re-engaging after a long slumber. The fluorescent glow of my apartment felt less sterile. The ficus, bathed in the gentle morning light, seemed to sigh with a newfound vitality, no longer just a prop in my solitary life, but a living, breathing companion. I made coffee, the rich aroma a comforting anchor, and found myself staring out the window, not at the familiar brick wall across the way, but into a space beyond, a space where possibilities once shuttered now flickered like distant stars. The message to Ruth, my sister, had been sent just before I drifted off, a tentative olive branch extended across years of unspoken things. I hadn't expected an immediate reply, knowing her schedule was a labyrinth of meetings and deadlines. But a part of me, the newly awakened, hopeful part, still held a quiet anticipation. When my phone buzzed mid-morning, nestled amongst a flurry of work emails, I felt a familiar jolt, a mix of apprehension and eagerness. It was her. Well, 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 the text read, her characteristic sarcasm already evident. Look what the cat dragged in, or rather, what the train dropped off at some ungodly hour. What's the occasion, big brother? Did you finally figure out how to fold your socks, or did you accidentally butt-dial me while having an existential crisis? I chuckled, a genuine, unforced sound that felt foreign and wonderful in the quiet of my office. It was Ruth, all right, always cutting through the pretense with the precision of a surgeon. I typed back, choosing honesty over my usual evasiveness. Hey, Ruth. Yeah, sorry about the radio silence. Been thinking. And not just about socks. Her reply was almost immediate. Thinking? That's a new one for you. What, did you finally solve the meaning of life, or just figure out how to use the microwave without setting off the smoke alarm? Both, potentially, I responded, a playful spark igniting within me. No, seriously, I realized I haven't been very good at staying in touch lately. Or, well, ever. And I wanted to change that. I'm sorry. A pause. A longer one this time. I imagined her, probably in some high-rise office, her phone held to her ear, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then the call came. My heart gave a little jump. Ethan, her voice, sharp and clear, cut through the phone line. Are you all right? You sound different. Did you hit your head? Should I send a medic? I'm fine, Ruth, really, I reassured her, the corner of my mouth twitching into a smile. Just trying to be better at connecting, at saying things, before it's too late. There was a soft sigh on the other end. Before it's too late? That's a classic Ethan line. You know, you've been saying that since Dad passed, and then you go silent for 6 months. Her tone was gentle, but the underlying truth of it was undeniable. I know, I admitted, the lightness in my voice fading slightly. And I'm genuinely sorry for that. It's not fair to you or Mom. I get caught up in my own head, my own spreadsheets. Your spreadsheets, she repeated, a hint of amusement in her voice. Your fortress of solitude. I get it, Ethan, I really do. Life gets busy. But you know, a phone call isn't an audit, it's just a call. I know, I said again, feeling the warmth of her understanding seep into me. And I'm trying to be better, starting now. So how are things? Really? How's work? How's everything? Everything is everything, she replied, and I could almost picture her shrugging. Work is a dumpster fire of legal briefs and corporate politics as usual, but I'm good. Tired, but good. Mom's fine. She keeps asking when you're going to visit. She said she saw a sale on your favorite brand of shortbread cookies. Tell her I'll call her tonight, I promised, a genuine intention forming in my mind. And I'll try to visit soon, really. You better, she said, her voice softening further. Because if you don't, I'll send a subpoena for cookies. I laughed. Wouldn't put it past you. Listen, Ruth, it was good to talk, really. You too, big brother, she said. And for the first time in a long time, I heard a genuine warmth, an echo of the easy camaraderie we'd shared as kids. Don't be a stranger, and try not to overthink it. I'll try, I promised, knowing it would be a lifelong endeavor. The call ended, but the feeling lingered, a quiet hum of connection that resonated deep within me. It was a start, a fragile thread rewoven into the fabric of my family. The next few days at work felt different too. I found myself looking at the faces around me not as mere colleagues, but as individuals with their own stories, their own quiet struggles and triumphs. That afternoon, during a team meeting, a junior colleague, Sarah, presented an idea for streamlining a particularly cumbersome reporting process. It was a good idea, well-researched, and she delivered it with a nervous energy that reminded me a little of my younger self. In the past, I would have nodded approvingly, perhaps offered a terse, good job in the hallway, but today something compelled me to do more. After the meeting, I caught her by her desk. "Sarah," I began, and she jumped slightly, clearly surprised by my direct address. "That was a really excellent presentation. Your idea for the automated data consolidation? It's genuinely innovative. I think it could save us a significant amount of time and resources." Her eyes widened, a flush creeping up her neck. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Hale. I really appreciate you saying that." "No, thank you," I corrected, a genuine smile forming. It takes courage to propose something new, especially when it challenges established processes. Don't ever lose that initiative. It's invaluable. She beamed, a bright, unself-conscious smile that transformed her face. "I won't, sir. Thank you." Walking away, I felt a lightness in my step, a sense of quiet satisfaction. It was such a small thing, a few words of sincere praise, yet it had clearly made her day, and in doing so had subtly brightened mine. This wasn't just about being a better colleague. It was about being more present, more generous with the small currencies of human connection. Saturday arrived, crisp and bright, a perfect autumn day. My theoretical hiking boots had become a reality, purchased in a hurried lunch break dash, still smelling faintly of new leather and ambition. I arrived at the designated meeting point in the park, feeling a familiar flutter of social anxiety. I was never one for large groups, preferring the quiet solitude of my apartment. But Mara was there, already laughing with a small cluster of people, her short athletic frame radiating an infectious energy. She spotted me and waved, her expressive hands already in motion. "Ethan, you made it!" she exclaimed, her smile wide and welcoming. "And look at you, all geared up. I was half expecting you to show up in a suit and tie, ready for a board meeting in the wilderness." I managed a self-conscious grin. "I cleaned out my closet. These are my adventure shoes, apparently." She laughed, a deliberate but infectious sound. "They look great. Come on, meet the gang. This is Ben. He's our resident trail guide, knows every route and rock. And Tina, she brings the best snacks always. And David, who usually gets lost at least once per hike, so we keep him in the middle." She introduced me to the others, her easy manner instantly dissolving some of my apprehension. As we set off, the trail winding through a canopy of turning leaves, the city's hum faded into the rustle of dry leaves and the chirping of unseen birds. The hike was challenging, a steady uphill climb that soon had my lungs burning and my new boots feeling less like adventure shoes and more like instruments of torture. But the conversation flowed easily, Mara's cheerful chatter punctuated by the others' anecdotes and Ben's insightful comments about the local flora. "So, Ethan," Mara said, falling into step beside me as we navigated a particularly rocky patch. "What inspired this sudden foray into the wild? I've been trying to drag you out here for months." I grunted, focused on not tripping. A moment of clarity, I suppose, and a realization that my usual Saturday routine involved a lot of Netflix and a stubborn ficus. She chuckled. "The ficus needs fresh air too, you know. But seriously, it's good to see you out here. You seem lighter. Like you finally deleted that one email you've been drafting for 6 months but never sent." I looked at her, surprised by her perceptiveness. "Something like that," I admitted. "More like I finally pressed send on a few things." "Good for you," she said, her voice genuinely encouraging. "Life's too short to leave things in drafts, or to only look at nature through a screen." She paused, then added, "You know, my dad always said, nobody blooms in a vacuum. You need a little sun, a little rain, a little dirt on your hands to really grow." Her words resonated with me, echoing Mr. Keegan's wisdom about sensitivity and Mrs. Aranda's stories about getting back up. It was a recurring theme, a gentle chorus urging me towards connection. We reached a clearing at the top of the hill, a breathtaking panorama of the city sprawling beneath a vast blue sky. The air was cool and invigorating, and for the first time in a long time I felt truly present, truly alive. Tina passed around a bag of homemade granola, and the crunch of oats and nuts mingled with the satisfied sighs of the hikers. "This is amazing, Mara," I said, looking out at the distant skyline, so familiar yet so utterly transformed by this new perspective. "Thank you for inviting me." "Any time, Ethan," she replied, her eyes twinkling. "Just remember, the hardest part of any journey is often just taking that first step, and then the next, and the next until you realize you've climbed a mountain." Later, as we descended, the conversation drifted to lighter topics, shared jokes about office absurdities and the perils of online dating. I found myself laughing, a full unrestrained sound that surprised even me. I wasn't checking my watch, wasn't counting the minutes until I could retreat to the familiar confines of my apartment. I was simply there in the moment, part of something larger than myself. That evening, back in my apartment, the quiet felt different. It wasn't the oppressive silence of solitude, but the gentle hush of contentment. I thought of Claire, her message, the paper airplane. Her words, "I moved again and again, and learned to carry some places in my pocket," resonated deeply. It wasn't about returning to a physical place, but about carrying the essence of those places and the people in them within oneself. I looked at the shoebox of photographs, still sitting open on my desk. I picked up a faded snapshot of a younger me, grinning awkwardly beside Milo, Jenny, and Luis, Claire's bright smile a beacon in the center. The image was grainy, but the feeling was clear. These weren't just memories. They were the foundations of who I was, the roots that ran deep, connecting me to a past I was finally willing to embrace. The ache of lost time was still there, a faint melancholic hum, but it no longer gnawed at me. It felt more like a low string in a symphony, holding up the bright notes of the present, the promise of the future. I picked up a piece of paper, a bright blue sheet, and began to fold. A paper airplane. Not the one I owed Claire, not yet, but a practice run, a gentle unfolding of a new chapter, a testament to the small daily teaspoons of truth that were slowly, gently accumulating into a different flavor of living. The days that followed the Maplewood detour unfolded with a quiet, almost imperceptible grace, like the slow, deliberate turning of pages in a beloved book. The city still hummed, the spreadsheets still demanded their due, but my internal landscape had undergone a subtle but profound remapping. The old familiar paths of avoidance and quiet resignation were slowly, hesitantly being overgrown, replaced by new trails of connection and presence. That evening, true to my promise to Ruth, I called my mother. The phone rang 3 times before her voice, warm and slightly breathless, answered. "Ethan? Is that really you, dear?" she asked, a note of pleasant surprise in her tone. "I was just about to put on my slippers and watch the news. Ruth said you might call, but I didn't want to get my hopes up. It's me, Mom," I said, a genuine smile spreading across my face. "And I'm sorry for making you wait. How are you? How's everything in Maplewood?" "Oh, you know, same old," she replied, and I could almost picture her settling into her favorite armchair, the one with the floral pattern. Mrs. Henderson down the street finally got her new rose bushes planted, though I told her it was a bit late in the season. And the weather, well, it's been lovely, Ethan, just lovely. A crisp autumn chill in the mornings, but the sun warms up nicely by midday. Perfect for a walk if you had the time. I listened, truly listened, to her gentle recounting of local minutiae, the small-town rhythms that had once felt stifling, but now seemed like a comforting, intricate song. It was a weather report, yes, but in her voice it was poetry, each detail imbued with the quiet significance of a life lived simply and fully. "That sounds wonderful, Mom," I said, and I meant it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I was in Maplewood the other night, briefly. A beat of silence, then a sharp intake of breath. You were, and you didn't stop by. Ethan, Hale, what on earth were you thinking? I would have made your favorite casserole and those shortbread cookies Ruth mentioned. Her voice was a playful scold, but laced with genuine hurt. I know, Mom, I know. I quickly interjected. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I was on the train, and the name just snagged me. I got off, walked around a bit, saw the old house. It was late. I didn't want to wake you. Nonsense, she declared. You never wake me. I'm always up reading anyway. Well, next time you call me. Promise? Promise, I affirmed, the word feeling solid and true. And I'll make sure there's a next time very soon. I'd love to see you. Oh, that would be just lovely, dear, she said, her voice softening, a warmth seeping through the phone line that felt like a hug. It's been too long, and you know your old friend Milo was asking about you just the other day. He still manages the comic book store, did you know? A fine young man, always so polite. I didn't know, actually, I admitted, a pang of pleasant surprise. Milo, of course. Still surrounded by stories, still connecting people to worlds beyond their own. I should look him up. You should, she agreed. And Claire Bennett's mother still lives in the same house. Such a sweet woman. She always asks about you too. Said Claire is doing wonderfully, teaching music somewhere with 2 lovely boys. My heart gave a little lurch. Yes, I heard, I said, keeping my voice even. That's great. We talked for another half-hour, about her garden, about the new minister at church, about a stray cat she'd adopted. I found myself engaged, asking questions, truly listening, not just waiting for my turn to speak or for the conversation to end. When we finally hung up, a profound sense of peace settled over me. It was a small victory, but a significant one. The connection, once frayed, was slowly being respun, stronger and more vibrant than before. The next day at work, Mara caught me by the coffee machine. Hey, Ethan, still got those adventure shoes on, she quipped, a mischievous glint in her eyes. How are the calves holding up after Saturday's epic ascent? I stretched one leg, wincing slightly. My calves are currently staging a full-scale rebellion, Mara, but it was worth it. Seriously, thank you for pushing me to go. I actually enjoyed it. I told you, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. There's nothing like fresh air and a good climb to clear the cobwebs. So what's next on the adventure list? Conquering Mount Everest? Or maybe just a different trail next weekend? A different trail sounds more my speed, I admitted, smiling. But I'm definitely in for next time. It felt good to disconnect from, well, everything for a bit, and to connect with actual people. She nodded, her expression thoughtful. That's the secret, isn't it? We spend so much time behind screens in our own heads. We forget there's a whole world out there full of interesting people. And trees. Don't forget the trees. She winked. You know, I was thinking of organizing a longer hike next month. Maybe an overnight trip. Nothing too strenuous, just a chance to really get away. Would you be interested? My immediate knee-jerk reaction was to decline, to find an excuse rooted in my usual preference for solitude. But the memory of the mountain view, the genuine laughter, the easy camaraderie pushed back. An overnight trip, huh? I mused aloud. That's a big step. For me, anyway. It's just sleeping outside, Ethan, she said, her tone gentle, under the stars, with a campfire and s'mores. Think of it as a grown-up version of building a fort, but with better snacks. The image of Luis in our fort, philosophizing about existence, flashed through my mind. Better snacks, you say? I considered it, a genuine curiosity stirring within me. Okay, Mara. Tell me more. I'm interested. Her smile widened. Fantastic. I knew you had an adventurer lurking under that spreadsheet exterior. I'll send you the details. We'll make sure you have all the right gear. And don't worry, no one gets lost on my watch, unless it's David, of course. Later that day, I received another message from Claire. It was a reply to my earlier, earnest one, and it arrived like a soft whisper on a summer breeze. "Ethan," she wrote, "I'm still smiling about the popsicle comment. It made me remember the exact taste of grape and the chill on my fingers, and the paper airplane. My boys would love to hear that story. They're obsessed with anything that flies." My heart did a little skip. She was inviting me in, subtly, gently, into her current life. This wasn't just a nostalgic exchange, it was a bridge being built, brick by gentle brick. "They sound wonderful," I typed back, carefully choosing my words. "I'm glad the story still holds up. I always felt a little guilty about not retrieving it for you. It felt like a promise unkept." Her reply came quickly. "Oh, don't be silly. It was part of the magic, wasn't it? That it stayed up there, a secret between us and the maple tree. Some things are better left a little mysterious, don't you think?" "Perhaps," I conceded, a thoughtful hum in my chest. "Though I've spent a lot of my life leaving things mysterious or unsaid, and I'm trying to change that." "That's a brave thing to do," she replied. "Life has a way of teaching us those lessons, doesn't it? For me, it was moving so much. You learn quickly that if you don't say what you mean or hold on to what you cherish, it can just slip away, like sand through your fingers." "Like time," I mused, typing the word before I could second-guess myself. "It's a polite pickpocket, isn't it? You don't notice the loss until you're reaching for something you could swear you had." A moment passed, then her response. "Exactly. And suddenly you're 46, and you're wondering where all the years went and why you spent so many of them being so careful. But hey, it's never too late to start holding on to things tighter, is it?" "I hope not," I wrote, a profound sense of hope unfurling within me. "I'm trying to learn, one small step at a time." "That's all any of us can do," she replied, "and sometimes those small steps lead to the most unexpected and beautiful places. Keep me updated on your Unsaid project, Ethan. I'm rooting for you." Her words were a gentle balm, a quiet encouragement that felt like a light shining on a path I was only just beginning to see. It wasn't a promise of grand romance, nor did I seek it. It was something far more precious, a shared understanding, a human connection rekindled, a quiet acknowledgement across the vast distances of time and space. That night, before bed, I found myself drawn to the shoebox again. It was still open, its contents no longer a source of dread or regret, but a living archive of a past I was finally willing to embrace. I picked up a photograph, one I hadn't looked at in years. It was of our old gang, taken during a summer picnic in Maplewood Park. Milo, with his endless grin, Jenny mid-laugh, Louise looking thoughtful even while holding a half-eaten hot dog, and Claire, her blue ribbon a bright splash of colour in her hair, her arm linked with mine, a childish gesture of camaraderie. And there, in the background, almost obscured by the picnic blanket, was Carla, Claire's younger sister, peeking out from behind a tree, her curly hair a wild halo, her expression a mix of curiosity and mischief. I remembered her then, always trailing after us, always wanting to be included, always observing. I wondered what she was up to now, the practical, no-nonsense girl who grew up to be an ER nurse, always holding things together in a crisis. Perhaps she too carried places in her pocket, and perhaps some of those places were us, the clumsy, earnest kids she used to chase. The photograph wasn't just a relic. It was a testament to the enduring power of those early connections, the foundational friendships that had shaped me in ways I was only just beginning to understand. It was a reminder that I hadn't been alone then, and I didn't have to be alone now. The ficus, I noticed, was looking a bit perkier after its iced tea ritual. I carefully folded the blue paper airplane I'd made, and this time, instead of putting it away, I taped it above my desk, a small, vibrant symbol of my newfound willingness to launch into the unknown. It wasn't perfect, its wings a little uneven, its flight path probably wobbling, but it was mine. It was a tangible representation of saying what I meant, of acknowledging the past, and of bravely, perhaps a little foolishly, aiming for the future. The ache of time not gotten back, of summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be, and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and I was finally truly on my way. The blue paper airplane taped above my desk became a silent sentinel, a daily reminder of the small, seismic click that had reshaped my internal landscape. It wasn't just a piece of folded paper. It was a flag, a declaration of intent, a quiet rebellion against the years of unsaid things. My apartment, once a sterile haven of solitude, now felt imbued with a new kind of energy, a gentle hum of possibility. The ficus, receiving its regular, proper watering, seemed to unfurl its leaves with a renewed vigor, a leafy testament to the power of consistent attention. A few days after my conversation with my mother, a package arrived at my office. It was a small, unassuming box, addressed to me in a familiar, slightly sprawling hand. Milo. My heart gave a pleasant lurch. Inside, nestled amongst crinkled tissue paper, was a brand-new, hard-cover edition of Cosmic Crusaders, the complete saga. Tucked beneath it was a handwritten note on paper that smelled faintly of old books and something sweet, like cinnamon. "Ethan," it began, Milo's distinctive scrawl instantly transporting me back to his living room, surrounded by stacks of comics. "Heard from your mum you were still kicking around, and that you might appreciate a little character development that doesn't involve spreadsheets. This one's epic, man. Brain Eaters are back, and they've got a new philosophical angle. Thought you'd appreciate it. Maybe it'll inspire you to come visit the old stomping grounds. First issue's on me? The rest? Well, we can negotiate. Milo." A wave of warmth washed over me. Milo. Still the same generous, funny Milo. He hadn't just sent a book. He'd sent a piece of our shared history. A direct line to a simpler, more vivid time. It was a gesture that spoke volumes, a silent invitation to reconnect without pressure. Just the gentle nudge of shared nostalgia. I picked up my phone, my thumb hovering over his name in my contacts, a number I hadn't dialed in years. What would I say? "Thanks for the comic." It felt inadequate, but then again, a start was a start. "Milo," I typed, "received the package, Cosmic Crusaders. You always know how to hit me where it counts. The philosophical angle on the Brain Eaters sounds intriguing, thank you. It was a really thoughtful surprise, and yes, I'd like to visit, very much." His reply came almost immediately. No problem, man. Glad it landed well. When you thinking, the store's always got a fresh batch of weirdos and existential dread, just how we like it. And the coffee machine is perpetually broken, so bring your own, I smiled. I'll let you know, and I'll bring coffee, my treat. That evening, I called my mother again, this time with a lighter heart. The conversation flowed easily, no longer punctuated by awkward silences or the internal pressure to perform. Mum, I started, you won't believe what arrived today. A package from Milo. Oh, Milo! What a sweet boy, she chirped. I told him you were thinking of him. What did he send? A comic book, I replied, a chuckle in my voice. A very philosophical one, apparently. He invited me to visit the store. Well, that's wonderful, dear. You should go, she encouraged. He's still such a character, and his father would be so proud, keeping the store going all these years. It's a real landmark in Maplewood, you know. I know, I said, a pang of warmth in my chest, and I told him I would. I'm thinking maybe next month, if my schedule allows. Next month sounds perfect, she said, her voice full of approval. And you can come for Sunday dinner too. I'll make your favorite pot roast. Sounds delicious, Mum. I'd love that. I found myself genuinely looking forward to it, to the familiar comfort of her cooking, the gentle rhythm of her home. The next day, Mara sought me out in the cafeteria, a conspiratorial glint in her eyes. So, about that overnight hike, she began, leaning in slightly. I've got some dates in mind, and I've started a gear list. Are you still game, or did the mountain air scare you off? Still game, I confirmed, pushing aside my half-eaten salad, though I might need a crash course in camping for beginners. My experience with the great outdoors mostly involves my ficus. She laughed, a bright, clear sound. Don't worry, we'll ease you in. It's more glamping than Survivor Man. Think comfy sleeping bags, good food, and actual coffee, not just instant. Though I did warn you about David getting lost, right? We might need to tie a bell to him. As long as it's not a cowbell, I quipped, surprising myself with the quick retort. That might attract actual cows. See, she exclaimed, clapping her hands lightly. You're already getting into the spirit. It's all about embracing the unexpected. And the occasional cow. Seriously, though, it's a small group. Just a few of us who've done it before. We'll show you the ropes. It's a fantastic way to reset, to really unplug. No cell service, no emails, just trees and stars. No cell service, I repeated, a flicker of apprehension. My phone had become a lifeline, a connection to these nascent changes. Exactly, she said, her smile unwavering. It's terrifying, I know, but also incredibly liberating. You'll thank me later. You know, my dad used to take us camping all the time. He'd always say, the best conversations happen when there's nothing else to distract you but the crackle of a fire. And he was right. Her words resonated with Luis's philosophical musings about presence, about true connection. I'm in, I said, a firm decision. Send me the dates and the gear list. I'm ready to embrace the terrifying liberation. Later that week, I found myself in a deeper message exchange with Claire. The initial tentative steps had given way to a comfortable rhythm, a gentle back and forth that felt both new and achingly familiar. Ethan, her message read, I was telling my boys about the paper airplane today. They were fascinated. My youngest, Leo, asked if you were a secret spy because you could fold such an amazing plane. He wants to know if you ever got it down from the tree. I smiled, imagining her boys, their innocent curiosity. Tell Leo that I was indeed a secret spy of sorts, always observing, always planning. And no, I never did get it down. It stayed up there, a silent sentinel. I always imagined it as a kind of message in a bottle, waiting for the right moment to be read. Her reply came a few minutes later. A message in a bottle, I like that. What was the message, do you think? What did that little paper airplane want to tell the world? I paused, considering. What was the message? It felt like the culmination of everything I was only now beginning to understand. I think, I typed slowly, carefully choosing each word. It wanted to say that some things are worth reaching for, even if they seem out of reach. And that maybe, just maybe, it's okay to leave a part of yourself out there, vulnerable, exposed to the wind, hoping someone will eventually find it and understand. "That's beautiful, Ethan," she wrote back, her words a soft echo in the quiet of my office. "And surprisingly profound for a secret spy. I think that's a message worth hearing, especially now. It makes me wonder what other messages are still up in those trees, waiting to be found." "Perhaps," I replied, a thoughtful hum in my chest. "Perhaps we're all just a collection of those messages waiting for someone to read us." "Maybe," she agreed. "Or maybe we're the ones who need to start writing them down ourselves, instead of waiting for someone else to find them, to say them out loud." Her words hit me with a quiet force. It wasn't just about retrieving the past. It was about actively creating a present, a future, by speaking my truth, by making my own messages. The paper airplane wasn't just a symbol of a lost opportunity. It was a metaphor for the words I had left unsaid, the connections I had failed to nurture. I thought of Luis, who had always turned hide-and-seek into philosophy, who had questioned the very nature of existence and perception. He would appreciate Claire's insight, her gentle push towards active participation in one's own narrative. I decided then that I needed to reach out to him too. It was time to dust off those old connections, to see if the threads of our shared past could be rewoven into a new tapestry. I found his email address, an old one from college that, surprisingly, still worked. "Luis," I wrote, "it's Ethan Hale. Long time, I know. I was thinking about your old philosophical debates in Milo's Fort, about whether a story is truly a story if it's never told. I think I'm finally understanding what you meant. I'm trying to tell some of my stories now, and I was wondering if you'd be willing to listen, or better yet, tell me some of yours." I hit send, another small click, another seismic tremor in my carefully constructed world. The changes were not dramatic, not the kind of grand gestures one reads about in novels. There was no sudden, life-altering romance, no immediate career overhaul. Instead, they were small, daily teaspoons of truth, accumulating into a different flavor of living. I found myself making eye contact with strangers on the train, offering a genuine smile to the barista, holding doors open for people, not out of obligation, but out of a simple, unadorned kindness. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me. But it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and I was finally, truly, on my way. The blue paper airplane above my desk had become more than just a symbol. It was a compass subtly orienting me towards a new north. My apartment, once a quiet harbor for my solitude, now felt like a bustling port, with messages arriving and departing, each one carrying a fragment of the vast, intricate world I was slowly, deliberately re-engaging with. The ficus, having fully embraced its new, hydrated existence, seemed to unfurl its leaves with a quiet confidence, mirroring the tentative blossoming within me. Luis's reply arrived 2 mornings later, nestled amongst the usual deluge of corporate communications. It was an email, of course, befitting a philosophy professor, but it was anything but dry. "Ethan," it began, the familiar, slightly formal tone instantly recognizable. "The prodigal son returns to the philosophical fold. Or perhaps the intrepid explorer returns from the spreadsheet wilderness, laden with questions instead of data points. Your email, my friend, was a most welcome disruption to the usual academic humdrum, which, I assure you, can be just as esoteric and self-referential as any corporate boardroom. I had often wondered if the universe had swallowed you whole, or if you had simply become one with the quantum fluctuations of your financial models." I chuckled, a genuine, hearty sound that startled the usually serene silence of my office. Luffy, even in text, had a way of cutting through the noise. "Your inquiry regarding the untold story and the unshared memory resonates deeply," he continued. "Indeed, it has been a recurring motif in my own work. The phenomenology of absence, the ontology of the unmanifested word. To paraphrase a certain Socratic gadfly we once discussed, the unexamined life is not worth living. And I might add, the unexpressed life is scarcely lived at all. It seems you've found your voice, or at least you're beginning to clear your throat." I felt a warmth spread through me. Luis, with his characteristic blend of humor and profundity, had not only remembered our childhood debates, but had articulated the very essence of my recent awakening. "So you wish to tell your stories and hear mine?" he pondered. "A noble endeavor, and one I would be delighted to partake in. The digital realm, while convenient, lacks the proper gravitas for such an exchange. As a purist, I believe such truths are best shared over lukewarm coffee in a slightly dusty bookstore, or perhaps amidst the echoes of a childhood fort, if such a venerable institution still stands. What say you to a pilgrimage back to the hallowed grounds of Maplewood? Perhaps a joint expedition to Milo's emporium of graphic narratives. He always did have the best candy selection, a crucial element for any serious philosophical discourse." He signed off with a whimsical flourish. "Yours in the pursuit of unquantifiable truths, Luis. P.S. Do you still remember the secret handshake? I've forgotten the 3rd step." I immediately wrote back, a lightness in my fingers. "Luis, it's fantastic to hear from you. The universe did not swallow me, merely distracted me with the mundane. Your insights are as sharp as ever. A pilgrimage to Maplewood sounds perfect. I'm actually planning a visit to Milo's store next month. Perhaps we could coordinate? And yes, I remember the handshake. The 3rd step involves a subtle eyebrow wiggle, if memory serves." His reply was swift. "An eyebrow wiggle, of course, the very essence of the unstated subtext. My memory, it seems, is less reliable than the ancient texts I frequently misquote. Next month sounds promising. I shall consult my academic calendar, which, incidentally, is far less exciting than your spreadsheet kingdom. This promises to be a most stimulating reunion, Ethan. The past, after all, is merely prologue, but a prologue worth revisiting, don't you agree?" "Absolutely," I typed, a wide grin on my face. "Absolutely." The prospect of seeing Luis again, of revisiting Maplewood with the added dimension of his intellectual wit and Milo's grounding presence, filled me with an unexpected joy. It wasn't just about reconnecting. It was about integrating these vital parts of my past into my present self, creating a more complete, more resonant whole. Later that week, Mara cornered me in the break room, a clipboard in hand and a determined glint in her eyes. "All right, adventure boy," she announced, tapping the clipboard. "Gear check for the overnight hike. Did you get those boots broken in?" And have you considered the existential implications of dehydrated food? I leaned against the counter, sipping my lukewarm coffee. The boots are getting there slowly, and as for dehydrated food, I'm hoping it tastes better than it sounds. What are the existential implications, Mara? Please enlighten me. She grinned. Well, it's about transformation, isn't it? Taking something familiar, stripping it down to its essence, and then, with the addition of a little heat and water, bringing it back to life. It's a metaphor for, well, everything, really. Plus, it's surprisingly delicious when you're starving after a 10-mile trek. You make a compelling case, I admitted. So, what else do I need to know? Besides the fact that David might wander off into a philosophical debate with a squirrel. He's more likely to try to teach it product design principles, Mara corrected, rolling her eyes playfully. No, seriously. The most important thing is to pack light but smart. Layers are key, a good headlamp, and an open mind. We're going to be out there under the stars away from all this. She gestured vaguely at the bustling office around us. It's a chance to just be, to listen to the silence, to yourself. To myself, I repeated, a thoughtful hum in my chest. That sounds daunting and appealing. It is, she confirmed, and that's the point. We spend so much time listening to the noise, we forget what our own inner voice sounds like. My dad always said, "The wilderness is a mirror. What you see there is often what you carry inside. So be prepared for some introspection, my friend, but also be prepared for some really good s'mores." I laughed. S'mores? Now that's a philosophy I can get behind. So when's the big expedition? Next Friday, she said, her eyes sparkling. Be at the usual meeting point by 5 p.m. We'll carpool, and don't forget your water bottle. Hydration is paramount, both physically and metaphorically. Understood, I said, feeling a surge of anticipation. The thought of disconnecting, of being truly present in nature, was both exhilarating and a little terrifying. But for the first time in a long time, the exhilaration outweighed the fear. Later that evening, a message from Claire arrived, a quiet counterpoint to the busy preparations. "Ethan," she wrote, "I was thinking about our conversation about messages in trees, and it reminded me of something my grandmother used to say. She believed that every tree held stories, not just in its rings, but in the leaves it shed, the birds that nested in its branches, the children who climbed it. She said if you listened closely enough, you could hear them whisper. Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman," I replied, picturing the maple tree in Maplewood, its branches heavy with untold tales. I like that idea, that trees are silent historians holding on to our small human dramas. She was, Claire agreed, and she taught me to look for those whispers everywhere, in the way a river flows, in the pattern of rain on a window pane, in the laughter of children. It made me realize that even the most mundane things can hold profound meaning if you just pay attention. Paying attention, I mused, typing my response. That seems to be the theme of my recent awakening. I spent so long not paying attention, not just to the whispers but to the shouts. I'm trying to learn to listen now. It's a powerful lesson, she wrote back, and it's never too late to start. My boys, they teach me that every day. They see magic in everything. Because they haven't learned to filter it out yet, they remind me to look at the world with fresh eyes, to find the wonder in the everyday. She added, "Speaking of wonder, Leo asked me if the paper airplane you folded for me was a magic one. He wants to know if it could grant wishes." I smiled, a warmth spreading through me. "Tell Leo that all paper airplanes are magic, if you believe in them enough. And that the wish it granted was for me to remember the importance of small gestures and the power of connection, and that perhaps it's still up there, waiting for him to discover his own magic." Her reply was a single, heartfelt emoji, a sparkling star. It was a small gesture, but it conveyed a universe of understanding. The next few weeks were a flurry of small, deliberate actions. I called my mother regularly, not just out of obligation, but because I genuinely wanted to hear about Mrs. Henderson's rosebushes and the latest antics of the stray cat. I sent Ruth a long, rambling email, sharing some of the thoughts that had been swirling in my head, inviting her into my new, more transparent world. Her response was typically Ruth. "Wow, Ethan, deep stuff. You're giving me material for a lifetime of therapy. But seriously, it's good to know what's rattling around in that head of yours. Keep it coming. Just try not to get too philosophical. My brain is already full of legal jargon." At work, I continued to practice the art of genuine engagement. I offered to mentor Sarah on her next project, not just approving her ideas, but actively helping her refine them. I found myself initiating conversations with colleagues I'd previously only exchanged polite nods with, discovering unexpected common interests and shared humor. The office, once a sterile environment, began to feel more like a community, a place where genuine human interaction was not only possible but welcomed. The ache of lost time, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was: metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be, and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and I was finally, truly, on my way. The echoes of the past were not fading. They were simply harmonizing with the present, creating a richer, fuller soundscape for the life I was now actively choosing to live. The blue paper airplane, steadfast above my desk, caught the morning light, a silent promise fluttering in the soft breeze from the open window. It was Friday, the day of Mara's overnight hike, and a peculiar cocktail of apprehension and exhilaration fizzed within me. My meticulously organized briefcase, usually my companion for the daily commute, sat abandoned in the corner, replaced by a backpack that felt both alien and excitingly heavy. Its contents, a sleeping bag, a headlamp, a freshly purchased and somewhat stiff hiking jacket, and a bag of Mara's recommended dehydrated food, were a testament to this new, untrodden path I was choosing to walk. The ficus, now thriving, seemed to nod approvingly, its green leaves rustling almost imperceptibly. I met Mara and the rest of the group at the designated meeting point, a small parking lot on the edge of the city, where the urban sprawl began to fray into wilder edges. Ben, the trail guide, a man whose easy competence seemed to emanate from his very pores, was already there, meticulously checking equipment. Tina, her backpack almost as bright as her smile, was distributing homemade trail mix, its aroma a comforting blend of nuts and dried fruit. And David, bless his perpetually curious soul, was already deep in conversation with a particularly tenacious dandelion, presumably explaining the intricate design principles of its seed dispersal. "Ethan, you made it," Mara greeted me, her eyes sparkling with genuine pleasure. "And you brought the coffee, my hero." She gestured to the thermos I clutched. Wouldn't dream of facing the wilderness without proper caffeine, I replied, a lightness in my voice that surprised even myself. And I've even managed to tie my laces correctly. Small victories, she laughed, a warm, inviting sound. Small victories are the best kind. All right, everyone, gather round. Ben's going to give us the lowdown. Ben, with a calm authority that made you trust him implicitly, began his briefing. Okay, folks, welcome to the inaugural Unplug and Recharge expedition. We've got about a 6-mile hike ahead of us to the campsite, a steady ascent, nothing too strenuous, but enough to get the blood pumping. Remember our mantra, leave no trace, pack out everything you pack in. Stick to the trail, and if you see any wildlife, observe from a respectful distance. Any questions? David, ever the philosopher, raised a hand. Ben, is there a philosophical implication to leave no trace? Does it suggest an inherent human footprint on nature, or a striving for an unobtrusive coexistence? Ben, a seasoned veteran of David's musings, merely smiled. It suggests, David, that we don't want to be cleaning up your granola bar wrappers. Any practical questions? A few chuckles rippled through the group. I found myself relaxing, the familiar anxieties of new social situations slowly dissolving in the face of this easy camaraderie. As we set off, the city quickly receded, replaced by the rustling symphony of the forest. The air grew crisper, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. My new boots, initially stiff, began to mold to my feet, and the rhythmic crunch of gravel beneath them became a meditative beat. Mara fell into step beside me. "So what's your first impression of the Great Unplugged?" she asked, her voice a low murmur against the backdrop of the woods. "It's quiet," I admitted, looking up at the canopy of trees, sunlight dappling through the leaves. "Profoundly quiet. I didn't realize how much noise I carry around with me until it was gone." "That's the magic," she said, nodding. "It's like turning down the volume on the world so you can finally hear yourself think, or more importantly, feel." We walked in comfortable silence for a while, the conversation ebbing and flowing as we navigated roots and rocks. I found myself observing the minute details of the forest floor, the intricate patterns of moss on a fallen log, the delicate veins of a leaf, things I would have completely overlooked in my previous, hurried existence. "You know," I began, breaking the silence, "Luis, an old friend of mine, once asked if a story is truly a story if it's never told. And Claire, another friend, mentioned her grandmother believed trees held stories. I feel like I'm walking through 1,000 untold stories right now." Mara paused, looking at a gnarled oak. "They do, don't they? Every branch, every root a testament to time and resilience. And we're part of that story, even if just for a moment. What kind of stories do you think this forest holds, Ethan?" "Stories of quiet endurance," I mused. "Of growth, even in the harshest conditions. Of interconnectedness, where everything depends on everything else. A very different kind of spreadsheet, I suppose." She laughed, her bright laugh echoing through the trees. "A much more organic one. You know, my dad used to say the forest is the original internet. Everything connected, sharing resources, communicating in ways we can barely comprehend. We just need to tune in." As the afternoon wore on, the ascent became steeper, and my legs, despite the new boots, began to ache. I found myself breathing harder, focusing on each step, on the rhythm of my breath. It was a physical challenge, a direct, undeniable engagement with the present moment that left little room for the usual mental chatter. "How's that introspection coming along?" Mara quipped, noticing my focused expression. "Currently," I panted, "it's mostly about the anatomical limitations of the human calf muscle, but also a profound appreciation for the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. It's surprisingly clarifying." "It is," she agreed, her own breathing steady. Sometimes you have to push your body to quiet your mind. It's a form of meditation, really. We reached the campsite just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was a small clearing beside a babbling brook, surrounded by towering pines. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from a small, already crackling fire that Ben had expertly started. "Home sweet home," Tina announced, dropping her pack with a sigh of relief. "Who's ready for some dehydrated gourmet?" Setting up my tent was a surprisingly satisfying experience, a tangible act of creating shelter, of providing for myself in a way my urban life rarely demanded. As darkness settled, the stars began to emerge, a breathtaking canopy of diamond dust against the velvet black. There was no light pollution here, no city glow to dim their brilliance. We gathered around the fire, its warmth a welcome embrace against the encroaching chill. Tina produced her legendary s'mores ingredients, and the air filled with the sweet, smoky aroma of roasting marshmallows. David, surprisingly, was quiet, gazing up at the stars with an almost childlike wonder. "It's incredible, isn't it?" he finally whispered, his voice hushed. "The sheer scale of it all makes you realize how small our daily worries are, and yet how significant our individual existence is within that vastness." Ben, stirring the fire with a stick, nodded. "The wilderness has a way of putting things into perspective. It reminds you that you're part of something much bigger." "And much older," I added, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "I was thinking about my old friend Luis today. He always turned hide-and-seek into philosophy, asking if something truly exists if it's not acknowledged. Out here, you feel undeniably acknowledged. By the wind, by the trees, by the stars." Mara, her face illuminated by the firelight, looked at me thoughtfully. "That's a powerful feeling, to feel seen by something so grand. It's a good reminder that we're not just cogs in a machine, are we? We're part of this incredible ongoing story." The conversation flowed easily, stories exchanged, laughter shared, the crackle of the fire a constant, comforting companion. We talked about our jobs, our dreams, our anxieties, things that felt easier to share under the expansive, non-judgmental gaze of the night sky. I found myself opening up, sharing details of my life that I would have kept carefully guarded in a different setting. The vulnerability felt less like a weakness and more like a strength, a bridge connecting me to these new friends. "You know," Tina said, her voice soft, "I used to hate camping. Thought it was too dirty, too uncomfortable. But Mara dragged me out here one time and I realized it's not about comfort. It's about connection, to nature, to yourself, to each other. My sister Ruth would probably call this forced bonding," I quipped, a smile playing on my lips. "But she'd secretly love it. She's all about efficiency, but she has a soft spot for genuine connection." "She sounds like a good person to have on your side," Mara observed. "Someone who pushes you, but also cares." "She is," I agreed. "She always has been. I just haven't always been good at acknowledging it, or her." As the fire dwindled to glowing embers and the chill of the night deepened, we slowly retreated to our tents. Lying in my sleeping bag, surrounded by the unfamiliar sounds of the night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, the distant gurgle of the brook, I felt a profound sense of peace. The exhaustion in my body was a good kind of tired, a testament to a day well lived, a challenge met. I thought of Claire, her words about carrying places in her pocket, about the whispers of trees. Tonight, I was not just carrying a place, I was immersed in it, becoming a part of its story. I pulled out my phone, knowing there was no signal, but the familiar weight of it in my hand was comforting. I opened a blank note and began to type, a message for Claire that would be sent when I re-entered the realm of connectivity. "Claire," I wrote, the words flowing easily in the quiet dark. I'm under a sky full of stars tonight, more stars than I've ever seen, and I'm thinking about your grandmother and the stories in trees. This forest feels like a library of ancient whispers, and I'm finally learning to listen. It's beautiful out here. And surprisingly, I'm not just listening to the trees. I'm listening to myself, to the quiet voice that tells me it's okay to be vulnerable, to connect, to seek out the magic that your boys seem to find so effortlessly. It's a long way from the spreadsheet, but it feels right. More right than anything has felt in a long time. I wish you could see these stars. I saved the message, a digital message in a bottle waiting for its journey. The next morning, after a breakfast of surprisingly tasty dehydrated oatmeal and a final round of strong coffee, we began our descent. The hike down was easier, my body feeling more agile, more attuned to the terrain. The conversations were lighter, filled with shared anecdotes from the night before and plans for future adventures. As we approached the parking lot, the faint hum of the city began to reassert itself, a gentle reminder of the world we were returning to. But it no longer felt like a prison. It felt like a different landscape, one I was now better equipped to navigate. Saying goodbye to the group, there was a genuine warmth, a sense of shared experience that transcended the briefness of our acquaintance. "You did great, Ethan," Mara said, giving me a solid pat on the shoulder. "You're a natural adventurer. Just needed a little nudge, see? Not so scary unplugging." "Not at all," I agreed, a genuine smile on my face. "It was exactly what I needed. Thank you, Mara. Truly." "Anytime," she replied, her eyes twinkling. "Just remember what you learned out here. Carry the wilderness with you, even when you're back in the concrete jungle. And don't forget to water your ficus." "Never again," I promised. Driving home, the city lights, once so overwhelming, now seemed to sparkle with a new kind of energy. I felt lighter, clearer, as if a layer of old dust had been gently washed away. The ache of time, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was. Metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet. But I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and I was finally truly on my way, carrying the echoes of the wilderness within me, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The scent of pine and wood smoke still clung faintly to my clothes, a tangible reminder of the wilderness I just left, even as the city's familiar hum began to reassert its dominion. My apartment, which had felt like a bustling port just yesterday, now seemed like a quiet refuge, a place to process the profound shift that had occurred within me. The blue paper airplane above my desk, catching the weak morning light, seemed to shimmer with a new significance, a silent witness to the subtle cartography of my heart. The ficus, ever stoic, stood sentinel, its leaves a vibrant green, a testament to consistent care. The first thing I did, even before making coffee, was retrieve my phone. The message to Claire, composed under a blanket of 1,000 stars, was still there, waiting. I reread it, a faint blush warming my cheeks at its earnestness, but also a quiet sense of pride. It was honest. It was me. With a deep breath, I pressed send. The small seismic click reverberated not just in my thumb, but deep within my chest, a tangible manifestation of a boundary crossed. Then, coffee. As the rich aroma filled the air, I found myself gazing out the window, not at the brick wall, but at the sky, still holding the faint echo of dawn's blush. The hike had stripped away layers of accumulated noise, leaving me raw, exposed, and remarkably clear-headed. Mara's words, "The wilderness is a mirror," echoed in my mind. I had seen myself out there, a man accustomed to comfort, yet capable of resilience. A man who had sought solitude, yet yearned for connection. The ache in my muscles was a welcome reminder of my own physicality, a grounding force that pulled me firmly into the present. Claire's reply arrived mid-morning, just as I was wrestling with a particularly stubborn spreadsheet that suddenly seemed trivial. My heart gave a little skip. "Ethan," her message began, "your message found me, and it truly made my morning. What a beautiful image, a forest full of whispers. And you, finally listening. It sounds like you had an incredible experience. I loved the thought of you under all those stars, and yes, I wish I could have seen them too. There's something so humbling about a truly dark sky, isn't there? It reminds you of how vast everything is, and how small we are, and yet how connected." A warmth spread through me. She understood. She always had. "And tell Leo," she continued, "that his magic paper airplane wish has definitely come true. You've found your own magic, it seems." I'm so glad you're learning to listen to that quiet voice. It's always been there, hasn't it? Sometimes it just takes a little unplugging, as you said, to hear it clearly. Thank you for sharing that with me, Ethan. It means a lot. Her words were a gentle affirmation, a quiet celebration of my small, tentative steps. There was no pressure, no expectation, just genuine warmth and understanding. It was a kind of connection I hadn't realized I was so starved for. "A conversation that felt both safe and deeply meaningful," I replied, feeling a newfound ease with the exchange. "It was indeed incredible, Claire, and humbling. And yes, that quiet voice has always been there. I just kept turning up the volume on everything else. It's a work in progress, this listening thing. But it's a good work, and your messages, your perspective, they're definitely helping me tune in." Later that day, I received an email from Luis. It was short, to the point, and characteristically Luis. "Ethan," it read, "I have consulted the oracles, my academic calendar, and the stars, my wife's schedule. The second Saturday of next month is auspicious for a pilgrimage to Maplewood. I propose a rendezvous at Milo's Emporium of Graphic Narratives at, say, 11 a.m. This allows for ample time for philosophical discourse, comic book perusal, and, dare I suggest, a possible reenactment of the secret handshake. What say you, fellow traveller on the path of rediscovered truths?" I grinned. "Luis, that sounds perfect. The second Saturday works for me. 11 a.m. at Milo's it is. And yes, the secret handshake is definitely on the agenda. I've been practicing my eyebrow wiggle." I immediately forwarded the email to Milo, adding a note. "Milo, prepare yourself. The philosophers are descending. Luis and I are planning to meet at your store on the second Saturday of next month at 11 a.m. Get the coffee machine fixed, and maybe hide the particularly rare issues." Milo's reply was a string of laughing emojis, followed by, "You guys are ridiculous, but awesome. The coffee machine will be working. Miracles happen when philosophers are involved. And no worries about the rare issues, I've got a secret stash. See you then, old man. This is going to be epic." The reunion was set. The The prospect of seeing Milo and Luis again, of being back in Maplewood, not as a ghost of my past, but as a man actively re-engaging with it, filled me with a quiet joy. It felt like a homecoming, not just to a place, but to parts of myself I had long neglected. My renewed connection to my family continued to deepen. I called my mother that evening, sharing stories from the hike, describing the vastness of the night sky, the simple pleasure of s'mores by a campfire. "Oh, Ethan, that sounds just lovely," she exclaimed, her voice full of delight. "I always said you needed to get out more, get some fresh air. You know, your father used to love camping. He'd take you and Ruth out to the state park every summer. You used to love it." A pang of nostalgia, bittersweet but not painful, went through me. "I remember, Mom, I do. I'd forgotten how much I loved it." "Well, it's never too late to remember, dear," she said gently. "And it sounds like you're doing a lot of remembering lately. It's good to hear you so happy, so present." "I'm trying, Mom," I admitted. "It's a process, but it's a good one." "That's all anyone can ask for," she said. "Just keep trying. And don't forget that pot roast when you come to see Milo. I'll make a double batch." The next day, a message popped up on my LinkedIn feed. It was from Jenny Chu, a simple request to connect. I accepted immediately, a smile touching my lips. Jenny, the one who could outrun the wind, the fierce protector, the one who always pushed us to be better. I wondered what stories she carried now, what battles she fought in her work as a pediatric physical therapist. I sent her a quick message. "Jenny, long time no see. Glad to connect. Hope you're doing well." Her reply was swift, direct, and full of her characteristic energy. "Ethan Hale. Wow. What brought you out of the woodwork? I figured you were either running a Fortune 500 company or living in a cave, communicating only through spreadsheets. Good to hear from you. Things are good here, kicking butt and taking names as usual. How about you, Mr. Hale? Still running those numbers, or have you finally decided to run a marathon?" I chuckled. "Still running numbers mostly, but I actually just got back from an overnight hike, so small steps towards that marathon maybe." "A hike?" she exclaimed. "Well, look at you, breaking out of the mold. Good for you, Ethan. Seriously, it's about time. You always had this quiet strength, but you kept it under wraps. What finally flipped the switch?" Her directness was refreshing, a familiar splash of cold water. "A few things," I typed, choosing my words carefully. "A train ride, a maple tree, a paper airplane, and a realization that I'd spent too long not saying things, not connecting." "Ah, the classic midlife epiphany," she wrote back, though without judgment. "Been there, done that. It's good you're listening to it. Life's too short to be a spectator. So, what's on the agenda for this newly re-engaged Ethan Hale? Any plans to revisit the old stomping grounds? Milo says he's seen you." "Actually, yes," I replied. "I'm planning to visit Maplewood next month, meeting up with Milo and Luis. We were thinking of a reunion of sorts. You should join us." "A reunion? The old gang?" she typed, a hint of excitement in her words. "Now that's a blast from the past. I'd love to. Let me know the details. This could be interesting. And don't think for a second I've lost my edge, Hale. I can still outrun you." "I wouldn't doubt it for a second, Jenny," I typed back, a genuine smile on my face. "It wouldn't be a proper reunion without you. The pieces were falling into place, not with a forced effort, but with an organic ease that felt almost magical. The connections once severed by time and neglect were reforming, stronger and more vibrant than before. It wasn't about erasing the past, but about integrating it, allowing it to inform and enrich the present. At work, the changes continued. I found myself volunteering for new projects, taking on challenges that once would have felt daunting. My interactions with colleagues were more open, more collaborative. Sarah, my junior colleague, was thriving under my mentorship, her confidence blossoming. Mr. Hale, she said one afternoon after a particularly successful presentation she'd given, I just wanted to thank you again for everything, for your feedback, for your encouragement. It's made a huge difference. I feel like I can really contribute now. You always could, Sarah, I told her genuinely. You just needed to believe in yourself and to know that your voice matters. Don't ever forget that. She smiled, a bright, grateful smile. I won't, and I promise I'll pay it forward. Her words resonated deeply, echoing the quiet wisdom I was finding in unexpected places. Pay it forward. It wasn't just about my own journey of rediscovery. It was about the ripple effect, the subtle ways in which one person's willingness to connect could inspire others. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance, that arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless, I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and I was finally, truly on my way, holding the cartography of my heart, ready to explore its every contour. The blue paper airplane, a silent, watchful presence above my desk, seemed to ripple in the morning light, a delicate sail catching the winds of change. It was the eve of my Maplewood pilgrimage, a journey I now anticipated, with a mixture of quiet joy and a frisson of nervous excitement. My apartment, once a fortress of solitude, now felt like a launching pad, each corner holding the faint echoes of conversations past and the promise of connections yet to be solidified. The ficus, a verdant testament to renewed attention, stood tall and proud, its leaves shimmering. I was packing, a task that once filled me with a familiar dread, the meticulous folding, the strategic placement of items, but now felt different. It was less about efficiency and more about intentionality. Each shirt, each book, each item of clothing felt infused with the purpose of this trip, to reconnect, to remember, to be present. I found myself humming a forgotten tune, a melody from my childhood, its notes weaving through the quiet air. My phone buzzed, a soft vibration against the polished wood of my desk. Claire. Her messages had become a comforting rhythm in my days, a gentle counterpoint to the city's cacophony. Ethan, her text read, just thinking about your upcoming trip to Maplewood. It must feel strange, going back with new eyes after all this time. I hope it brings you everything you're looking for, and maybe a few surprises too. I smiled, her perceptiveness always striking a chord. It does feel strange, Claire, I typed back. Like stepping into a painting you thought you remembered perfectly, only to find new colors and brushstrokes you'd never noticed before. I'm hoping for surprises, good ones anyway. Her reply was almost immediate. The best kind of surprises are the ones you didn't even know you were looking for. I remember when my family first moved away from Maplewood, it felt like I was leaving a part of myself behind. But then you realize you carry those places, those people, inside you, wherever you go. They're part of your own internal landscape. That's beautifully put, I responded, a profound sense of understanding settling over me. I think I'm only just learning that. For so long I thought I had to leave the past behind to move forward. But maybe it's about integrating it, letting it enrich the present rather than haunt it. Exactly, she wrote. It's about making peace with all the versions of yourself, isn't it? The 8-year-old with jam on his chin, the awkward 12-year-old at the dance, the 18-year-old on the platform. They all make you who you are now, and who you're becoming. Who I'm becoming, I mused, typing the words out loud. That's still a work in progress, but I like the direction it's heading. Thank you, Claire, for listening, for understanding, for being a part of this unfolding. Anytime, Ethan, she wrote back, a warmth emanating from the screen. It's a lovely unfolding. And don't forget to tell me all about it. Maybe even a photo or two of the old stomping grounds. Consider it done, I promised. Later, Mara called. Her voice, bright and energetic, cut through the quiet of my apartment. Hey, Ethan. Just checking in. Still basking in the afterglow of our wilderness adventure? You could say that, I admitted. My calves have finally forgiven me, and I'm still finding pine needles in unexpected places. But yes, it was a truly transformative experience, Mara. Thank you again. See? I told you, she exclaimed, a triumphant note in her voice. Nature is the best therapist. So how's the unfolding coming along? Any new insights or philosophical breakthroughs since you left the trees? Well, I began, a smile touching my lips. I'm currently packing for Maplewood, the grand reunion with Milo and Luis, and Jenny's planning to join us too. It feels like all the threads are finally converging. Wow, the whole gang back together. That's amazing, Ethan, she said, her enthusiasm infectious. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Reconnecting with your roots. Just remember, while the past is important, don't get stuck there. The present is where the real magic happens. Noted, I replied. And speaking of the present, what's next on the adventure calendar? My new boots are eager for another outing. That's the spirit, she cheered. I'm actually putting together a biking trip for next month. Nothing too extreme, mostly paved trails, but with some stunning scenery. Would you be interested? Biking. It wasn't hiking, but it was another step into the active, engaged life I was building. Biking, huh? My last bike was a rusty relic from my teenage years, but yes, Mara, I'm interested. Very interested. Fantastic. I knew you'd come around. I'll send you the details. You know, Ethan, she continued, her voice softening slightly, it's really inspiring to see you embrace all this. It's not easy to change, to step out of your comfort zone, but you're doing it. And you're doing it with such earnestness. It's contagious. I'm just trying to say what I mean, Mara, I said, the phrase now feeling like a mantra. And to live a little less. Theoretically. Theoretically, she repeated, a chuckle in her voice. I love that. Well, keep up the good work, theoretical Ethan, and have a fantastic time in Maplewood. Send me pictures of the comic book store. I'm genuinely curious. Will do, I promised. As evening approached, I called my mother to confirm my arrival time for Sunday dinner. Oh, Ethan, I'm so looking forward to it, she exclaimed. I've already got the pot roast marinating, and I picked up those shortbread cookies. Milo said he'd try to stop by after the store closes if he can. He's such a good boy. That's great, Mom, I said, picturing the cozy warmth of her kitchen, the familiar smells. It'll be good to see everyone. And Ruth said she'll try to call you while you're here, she added. She's so busy with her big city lawyer work, but she always thinks of you. She said to tell you not to forget your manners. I smiled. I won't, Mom, and I'll call Ruth back myself, I promise. The next morning, the train ride to Maplewood felt vastly different from my previous accidental detour. This time I was going intentionally, with a purpose that hummed beneath the rhythmic clatter of the wheels. I wasn't watching my reflection for signs of weariness. I was looking out the window, observing the landscape, the transition from urban sprawl to suburban green, as if seeing it for the first time. Mrs. Liu, the conductor, passed by my seat, her presence as serene and knowing as ever. She paused, her eyes meeting mine. "Maplewood, next stop," she announced, her voice a soft melody. "You look like a man on a mission today, Mr. Hale." I returned her smile, a genuine, open expression. "Something like that, Mrs. Liu. A mission of reconnection." She nodded, a slight, almost imperceptible movement. "The best kind of mission. Remember, the journey is just as important as the destination, sometimes more so." She moved on, her words a gentle blessing, a quiet encouragement. Stepping off the train onto the Maplewood platform, the air was crisp, imbued with the familiar scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. It was a sensory tapestry of my childhood, but now it felt less like a ghost and more like a welcoming embrace. The station, once a symbol of departures, now felt like a hub of arrivals, of possibility. I walked the familiar streets, the driveways still dollhouse-sized, the houses still charmingly modest, but they no longer felt diminished. Instead, they felt intimate, infused with the warmth of memory, the echoes of laughter and childhood games. The maple tree, still noble, still dropping its late, delicate seeds, stood as a quiet patriarch, a silent witness to the passage of time and the enduring power of place. I found Milo's comic book store exactly where I remembered it, nestled between the old hardware store and the bakery that still smelled of fresh bread. The sign, faded but familiar, proudly proclaimed, "Pritchard's Comics and Collectibles." My heart gave a little lurch, a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. I pushed open the door, and the familiar scent of old paper, ink, and a faint, sweet mustiness enveloped me. The store was a chaotic wonderland, shelves overflowing with colorful comics, action figures, and graphic novels. And there, behind the counter, amidst a towering stack of new releases, was Milo. His curly red hair was a little grayer, his face a little more lined, but his grin was unmistakable, as wide and infectious as ever. He was chatting animatedly with a young kid, explaining the intricate lore of a new superhero. He looked up as the bell above the door chimed, and his eyes met mine. For a moment we just stared, two boys in men's bodies, separated by decades but connected by an invisible thread of shared history. Then his face broke into a broad, joyful smile. "Ethan Hale. You old son of a gun," he boomed, abandoning the kid, who looked slightly bewildered but intrigued by the sudden outburst. He rounded the counter, his steps quick and eager, and engulfed me in a bear hug that lifted me slightly off my feet. "I knew you'd come. Your mom said you were coming, but I had to see it to believe it." "Milo," I managed, my voice a little choked, returning the hug with an unexpected ferocity. "It's good to see you, man. Really good." He pulled back, holding me at arm's length, his eyes twinkling. "Good? It's epic. Look at you. Still rocking the slightly rumpled business casual, I see. Some things never change, huh?" "Some things are slow to change," I corrected, a genuine laugh bubbling up from deep within me. "But I'm working on it." "Well, you look good, man," he said, punching my arm playfully. "A little less spreadsheety, more human. Come on, let me get you some coffee. I actually got the machine fixed for you guys. A miracle, I tell you." Luis called, by the way. He's running a little late, as usual. Probably got caught in a philosophical debate with a traffic cone. We settled into two worn armchairs in a small, cozy nook of the store, surrounded by shelves of graphic novels. The coffee, surprisingly decent, warmed my hands. "So, what brought this on, Ethan?" Milo asked, his gaze direct but kind. "Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I've missed you, man. We all have. But you kind of vanished." into the ether of corporate America. I took a deep breath, the familiar story ready to be told, but this time it felt different. Less like a confession, more like a sharing. A train ride, Milo, a late commuter train, and the name Maplewood, it just snared me. And then a whole lot of memories came flooding back. And I realized I'd spent too long not saying things, not connecting, not just to you guys, but to myself, really. Milo nodded slowly, listening intently. The Great Awakening, huh? I get it, man. Life has a way of doing that, kicking you in the pants when you least expect it, or sometimes when you most need it. He paused, then added, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Was it a particularly good issue of Cosmic Crusaders that finally did it? The Brain Eaters are pretty compelling, I'll give them that. I laughed. It was more about the paper airplane I folded for Claire, the one that got stuck in the maple tree. I realized I never retrieved it for her, and it felt like a promise unkept. Milo's eyes softened. Ah, Claire. Yeah, she was something else, wasn't she? Always had a way of making you feel like the most important person in the world. Did you talk to her? I did, I admitted, a warmth spreading through me. I sent her a message, and she replied. She's doing well, teaching music. Has 2 boys. That's great, Ethan, he said, a genuine smile on his face. That's really great. You know, she always had a soft spot for you. We all did. You were always the quiet one, but you had a way of seeing things, of thinking about things. That was different. Just then the bell above the door chimed again, and a familiar figure, slightly rumpled but undeniably distinct, entered the store. Luis. He was shorter than I remembered, with a bushy beard and a patterned shirt that was, as always, on the verge of parody. He scanned the store, his wire-framed glasses perched precariously on his nose, his eyes alight with intellectual curiosity. He spotted us, and a wide, almost beatific smile spread across his face. Ethan, Milo, the confluence of echoes indeed. And Milo, you actually fixed the coffee machine. A testament to the power of shared history, or perhaps merely a well-timed maintenance call? Milo rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Both, Luis, definitely both. Come on over, you old philosopher. Ethan was just telling me about his great awakening. Apparently it involved a paper airplane. Luis's eyes twinkled. A paper airplane. Ah, the archetypal symbol of aspiration, of flight, of the fragile journey of human endeavor. Tell me more, Ethan. This promises to be a most illuminating discourse. But first, he said, extending his hand, his eyes fixed on mine, the secret handshake. I believe it involves a subtle eyebrow wiggle. I grinned, a genuine, unburdened grin. It does, Luis. It absolutely does. And as we performed the long-forgotten ritual, the weight of years seemed to lift, replaced by the easy camaraderie of friendship, the quiet joy of reconnection. The echoes were not just in the air, they were in our hands, in our eyes, in the shared space of a comic book store that had witnessed so many of our childhood dreams. The journey had begun, and it felt like coming home. The secret handshake, a clumsy ballet of intertwined fingers, and that subtle, almost imperceptible eyebrow wiggle, concluded with a shared burst of laughter that echoed through the comic book store, startling a customer browsing the graphic novel section. For a moment the years melted away, and we were just 3 boys, caught in the timeless amber of a Maplewood afternoon, the world outside momentarily forgotten. Luis, his eyes twinkling behind his wire-framed glasses, clapped me heartily on the back. The muscle memory of youth, he declared, adjusting his patterned shirt. It truly is a marvel, Ethan, a testament to the enduring power of ritual, wouldn't you agree? And Milo, my friend, this coffee. It is surprisingly palatable. A minor miracle, perhaps, but a miracle nonetheless. Milo, beaming, waved a dismissive hand. Don't go getting all philosophical about the coffee, Luis. It's just good old Pritchard's blend, brewed with love and a dash of desperation. Sit down, sit down. Ethan was just telling me about his grand awakening. Apparently, it involved a paper airplane. Luis settled into the armchair opposite me, his gaze analytical, yet warm. A paper airplane, you say? The very emblem of aspiration, of the delicate balance between design and destiny. Do tell, Ethan. What celestial winds guided this particular paper airplane to its momentous landing? I took a sip of my coffee, feeling a comfortable ease settle over me. It wasn't so much a landing, Luis, as it was a realization. The paper airplane was one I'd folded for Claire, back when we were kids. It got stuck in the maple tree in her yard, and for years it just stayed there. A secret, an unfulfilled promise. I realized I'd let a lot of those unfulfilled promises, a lot of unsaid things, pile up. Ah, the weight of the unspoken, Luis mused, stroking his beard. A heavy burden indeed. The very fabric of regret, one might argue. But what prompted this particular moment of clarity? Was it a sudden existential crisis brought on by a particularly egregious spreadsheet error? Milo snorted. He said it was a train, Luis, a commuter train, and the name Maplewood, it just snared him like a fish. A train! Luis exclaimed, his eyes widening. The ultimate metaphor for linear progression, for the relentless march of time. And Maplewood, the locus of origin, the primal scene. This is rich, Ethan, truly rich. The hero's journey beginning with an accidental deviation from the prescribed track. Tell me, did you hear the call to adventure, or was it more of a gentle nudge? More of a gentle nudge, I think, I admitted, a chuckle escaping me. But it was enough. It made me realize I'd been living life on autopilot, letting time pickpocket me, as I put it. And I wanted to start saying things, doing things before it was too late. Before it's too late, Milo repeated softly, his usual humor momentarily subdued. Yeah, I get that. You know, I sometimes wonder about all the comics I almost ordered. The ones that became collector's items, or the ones I did order, and then they got lost in shipping. Little regrets, but they add up. Indeed, Luis concurred. The summation of minor omissions can constitute a significant lacuna in one's personal narrative. But the beautiful thing, Ethan, is that you are actively choosing to rewrite that narrative, to fill in those lacuna. This, my friend, is the essence of self-authorship. I'm just trying to be a little less theoretical, Luis, I said, a little more present. Present is good, Milo interjected, leaning forward. Present is where the new issues are, but also where the old issues can be reread. You know, sometimes I pick up an old comic, one I've read 100 times, and I find something new in it, a different meaning. A panel I never noticed. It's like the story changes because I changed. Precisely, Luis beamed. The hermeneutics of experience. The text remains static, yet its interpretation evolves with the reader's subjective state. Milo, you are a natural philosopher, disguised as a purveyor of sequential art. I just sell comics, man, Milo said, shaking his head with a grin. But yeah, I think I get what you're saying. It's like we're all still the same characters, right? Just with more chapters under our belts. And maybe a few more wrinkles. He winked at me. We talked for what felt like hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly between the profound and the mundane, between reflections on the nature of time and updates on our various careers. Milo recounted the ongoing saga of trying to get local kids interested in indie comics, Louis shared anecdotes from his philosophy lectures, and I, surprisingly, found myself talking about spreadsheets with a newfound enthusiasm, describing the subtle art of balancing data with human connection. "And you, Ethan," Louis prompted, "what about the grand design, the overarching narrative of your life? Are you finding satisfaction in this re-engagement?" "I am," I said, a genuine smile on my face. "It's not always easy. There's still that little voice that wants to retreat, to play it safe. But the connections, the real connections, they feel essential, like I've been holding my breath for decades. And now I'm finally exhaling." Just then, the bell above the door chimed again, and a whirlwind of energy entered the store. Jenny. Her short black hair was a little wind-blown, her lean frame exuded a kinetic energy, and her eyes, bright and perceptive, scanned the room before landing on us. "Well, well, well," she announced, hands on her hips, a wide grin spreading across her face. "Look at this gathering of old men, still talking about comic books and philosophy, I see. Some things never change." Milo immediately jumped up, his face lighting up even further. "Jenny, you made it! I knew you would! Come here, you old speed demon!" He pulled her into a hug, which she returned with equal enthusiasm. Louis rose, a graceful bow accompanying his greeting. "Ms. Chu, your entrance is as dramatic and energetic as ever, a testament to the enduring power of, well, you." "You always were a charmer, Louise," Jenny retorted, her eyes sparkling. She turned to me, a playful glint in her gaze. "Ethan Hale, I almost didn't recognize you without a spreadsheet glued to your forehead. You're looking less pale. Did you finally discover the sun?" I laughed, feeling a surge of warmth. "Jenny, it's good to see you. And yes, I've had a few recent encounters with the sun. And a mountain." "A mountain!" she exclaimed, her eyebrows shooting up. "Look at you, getting all adventurous. What's next? Running a marathon? Because I'm still faster, just so you know." "I wouldn't doubt it for a second," I said genuinely. "It's good to see you, Jenny, really good." We all settled back into our seats, the group now complete. The energy in the store shifted, becoming even more vibrant, more alive. Jenny, with her directness and infectious enthusiasm, was a vital missing piece. "So, what's the story, Ethan?" she demanded, looking at me. "Milo said something about a paper airplane, and Luis is giving me his unspoken narratives look. Spill it." I recounted my story again, the train, Maplewood, Claire, the paper airplane, the gradual awakening. They listened, Milo nodding, Luis occasionally interjecting with a philosophical observation, Jenny's eyes fixed on me, absorbing every detail. "So you're finally living, huh?" Jenny said when I finished, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Good for you, Ethan. Seriously, it takes guts to shake things up, especially after so long. I know. In my line of work, you see a lot of people who wait too long, who let life just happen to them. You're actively choosing it now. That's powerful." "It feels powerful," I admitted, "and a little terrifying, but mostly powerful." "That's the best kind of power," Louise commented. "The power of self-determination, forged in the crucible of vulnerability. It is the hero's journey, after all, to confront the dragon within and emerge transformed." "Dragon within, my butt," Jenny scoffed good-naturedly. "It's just about getting off your couch and doing something, Louise. No fancy words needed. But yeah, Ethan, you're doing it. And it's inspiring. Makes me want to go out and run an extra 10 miles. Or maybe just tell someone you care about them," Milo suggested softly, looking at Jenny. Jenny's cheeks flushed slightly. "Hey, I tell people, all the time, especially my patients. You gotta tell them they're strong, that they can do it. It's part of the job." "And what about the people who aren't your patients?" Louise probed gently. "The ones who might need to hear it just because they exist." Jenny looked away for a moment, then sighed. Okay, you two, I get it. I'm a work in progress too. We all are, right? She looked at each of us, her gaze softening. But you know what? It's good to be here, with you guys. This feels right. Like putting on a favorite old sweater. A favorite old sweater that still fits, even if it's got a few more holes, Milo added, ever the pragmatist. And that's the best kind. We spent the rest of the afternoon swapping stories, recounting forgotten childhood antics, filling in the gaps of our lives since we'd last truly connected. We talked about Jenny's challenging but rewarding work with children, about Milo's quiet heroism in keeping his father's legacy alive, about Luis's attempts to make philosophy accessible to a new generation. We revisited the old fort, the gravel track, Mrs. Aranda's backyard. Each memory, once a solitary echo, now resonated with the collective chorus of our shared past. Remember that time we tried to build a raft to sail down Miller's Creek, Jenny recalled, her eyes sparkling with laughter. We thought we were going to be explorers, and it sank within 5 feet, almost drowning Milo. Hey, I almost drowned because someone, she pointed at me, said the planks were structurally sound, Milo protested, a wide grin on his face. My structural analysis was based on limited data, I admit, I conceded, laughing. But the spirit of exploration was there, and the philosophical implications of buoyancy, or lack thereof, were profound, Luis added, ever the academic. A valuable lesson in the limits of human ingenuity. And the importance of wearing life vests, Jenny finished, shaking her head. You guys were always a disaster waiting to happen, but a fun disaster. As the afternoon waned, the light filtering through the comic book store's windows softened, casting long shadows across the shelves. The conversation grew quieter, more reflective. You know, Milo said, looking around at us, I always wondered what happened to us. Why we just drifted apart. Life, I guess. Life and the illusion of infinite time, Luis offered. We assume connections are static, immutable, but they require cultivation, attention, like a garden. Or a ficus, I murmured, thinking of my own green companion. Or a friendship, Jenny added, her voice surprisingly soft. It's good to be back in the garden, guys. Really good. My phone buzzed, a message from Claire. I looked at it, then at my friends, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within me. Everything okay, Ethan? Jenny asked, noticing my gaze. More than okay, I said, a genuine smile on my face. Just another message from Claire. She asked me to send photos of the old stomping grounds. Well, don't keep her waiting, Milo urged. She's part of the old stomping grounds too. I pulled out my phone, snapped a quick selfie of the 4 of us, grinning, a little older, a little wiser, but still undeniably us. I sent it to Claire, adding a caption, the chorus of childhood still singing, the ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony. A grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless, I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be and slowly, gently carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, But I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the chorus of childhood was finally beautifully singing again. The laughter that erupted after Jenny's arrival, a symphony of shared history and rediscovered joy, lingered in the air of Pritchard's comics and collectibles. The customer who had been startled by the secret handshake had long since made his purchase and departed, leaving us to the comforting chaos of our reunion. The scent of old paper and Milo's surprisingly palatable coffee mingled with the faint, sweet aroma of nostalgia, a potent cocktail that made the present feel both vibrant and deeply rooted. "So, Ethan," Jenny began, leaning forward, her eyes, sharp and perceptive, fixed on me. "You mentioned a train ride, a maple tree, and a paper airplane. That's quite the dramatic opening to your personal reboot. What exactly happened on that train?" I took a deep breath. The story, once a jumbled collection of fragmented memories, now flowing with a newfound coherence. "It was a late commuter train," I started. "The kind where the patterned seats looked like a galaxy someone gave up vacuuming. I was just tired." And then the conductor announced Maplewood. The name just snagged on something, like a hook in an old wound, but not painful, more like a forgotten melody. "A forgotten melody," Luis echoed, stroking his beard. "The subconscious surfacing, demanding recognition. The archetypal journey of individuation, wouldn't you say? Or just a really good excuse to get off a boring train," Milo interjected, always the pragmatist. "But go on, man. What happened when you got off?" "I walked to Claire's old house," I continued, the memory vivid. "And the maple tree was still there. And I remembered the paper airplane I'd folded for her, the one that got stuck in the top branches. It felt like a secret I'd promised to retrieve, a word I'd left unsaid. And I realized I'd left a lot of words unsaid, to a lot of people, not just to Claire." "So you finally sent the message," Jenny concluded, a knowing look on her face. "The one you'd been carrying around in your head for 30 years. "I did," I admitted, a warmth spreading through me. And she replied it was gentle and kind, and it made me realize that maybe not choosing isn't a choice. It's just inertia, and I didn't want to live like that anymore. "Inertia," Luis mused. "The enemy of dynamism, the stasis of the soul. A profound insight, Ethan, and one that many never attain. So, this train, this Maplewood, this paper airplane, they became your catalyst." "They did," I affirmed. "And then one thing led to another. I called Ruth. I started hiking with Mara from work. I even watered my ficus with iced tea." Milo snorted, spilling a little coffee. "Iced tea for a ficus? That's dedication, man. Or desperation." "It was a symbolic gesture," I explained, laughing. "A promise to pay attention. To nourish what's there." Jenny, ever direct, leaned forward. "So you're saying you're finally living? Not just existing?" "I'm trying," I said, looking at each of their faces, faces that had been etched into my earliest memories. "I'm trying to be more present, to engage, to connect. And it started with you guys, with this." I gestured around the comic book store, at the familiar faces, at the comfortable chaos. "Well, it's about damn time," Jenny declared, a wide grin spreading across her face. "We've been waiting for you, you know, like a particularly slow superhero origin story. A superhero whose power is delayed emotional gratification," Luis added dryly. "Hey," I protested, laughing. "At least I'm here now, and it feels good to be here with you all." Milo, who had been quietly observing, nodded. "It does, man. It really does. You know, I always thought about you guys. Wondered what you were up to. But you get caught up, right? Running the store, dealing with life, it's easy to let time just slip. Time is a polite pickpocket, I repeated, the phrase now feeling less like a lament and more like a hard-won truth. A polite pickpocket indeed, Luis agreed, his gaze softening. But sometimes it leaves behind a few forgotten treasures, waiting to be rediscovered, like this. He gestured to our circle. As the afternoon sun began to dip, casting long golden shadows through the comic book store's windows, we knew it was time to move on to the next phase of our reunion, Sunday dinner at my mother's house. "All right, you philosophers and speed demons," Milo announced, rising from his armchair. "Mom's pot roast awaits, and knowing her, she's probably already started worrying if we're hungry enough." "Lead the way, Captain Comical," Jenny said, giving him a playful shove. "But I'm warning you, Mrs. Hale's pot roast is legendary. I might have to wrestle you for the last bite." The walk to my mother's house was a journey through the heart of Maplewood, a living, breathing map of our childhood. We pointed out landmarks: the house where we'd built our fort, the corner store where we'd bought endless grape popsicles, the park where Jenny had outrun us all. Each corner turned, each familiar sight unlocked another cascade of memories, stories tumbling out like marbles from a forgotten pouch. "Remember the time we tried to climb the water tower?" Milo recalled, a mischievous glint in his eye. "And Mrs. Henderson saw us and called all our parents." "I got grounded for a week," Jenny exclaimed. "And my mom made me write a 5-page essay on the dangers of heights and public property." I argued the philosophical implications of private property versus collective adventure, Luis added, a wry smile. It did not go over well with my father. "I just remember Mr. Keegan giving us that look," I said, shuddering playfully. "The one that said, 'I know what you did, and I'm deeply disappointed, but I also respect your audacity.'" "He always had a way of making you feel both guilty and seen," Jenny agreed. "He was a good principal." We arrived at my mother's house, its familiar porch light a warm beacon in the gathering dusk. The scent of pot roast, rich and savory, wafted from the open door, instantly transporting me back to countless Sunday dinners. My mother, her silver hair neatly coiffed, stood in the doorway, her face beaming. "Ethan! My darling boy," she exclaimed, pulling me into a tight hug. "And Milo, Luis, Jenny, look at all of you. You haven't changed a bit." We all chuckled at that, knowing full well how much we had changed, and yet, in her eyes, we were forever those children she'd watched grow up on the cul-de-sac. "Mrs. Hale, your pot roast smells divine," Jenny declared, embracing my mother warmly. "I'm ready to stake my claim." "Oh, you girls and boys are always welcome here," my mother said, her eyes twinkling. Come in, come in. The table is set. Ethan, tell me all about your adventure." "And you, Luis, are you still teaching those young people all that philosophy?" The dining room table, laden with food, became a stage for the evening's performance. My mother, a master conversationalist in her own right, deftly wove between our stories, punctuating them with her own memories and gentle inquiries. "So Ethan tells me you're all doing wonderful things," she said, beaming at us. "Jenny, still helping those little ones walk again? You always had such a kind heart." "I try, Mrs. Hale," Jenny replied, a genuine softness in her voice. "It's rewarding work. You see a lot of resilience in those kids. And their parents. And Milo, your father would be so proud keeping the store going all these years," my mother continued. "It's a real treasure for Maplewood." "I hope so, Mrs. Hale," Milo said, a rare note of earnestness in his voice. "It's more than just a store to me, it's home." "And Luis, still teaching those young people to think?" she asked, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Don't let them get too clever now, or they'll start questioning everything," Luis chuckled. "That, Mrs. Hale, is precisely the point. To question everything. to seek truth even in the most mundane of observations. Your pot roast, for example, is a testament to the transformative power of heat and time, a philosophical masterpiece, one might say. My mother beamed, clearly delighted by his compliment. Oh, you philosophers, always with the big words. Just eat your vegetables, dear. The conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter, shared memories, and the comforting clatter of forks against plates. We talked about our lives, our dreams, the paths we'd taken and the ones we hadn't. It felt like a confession, a celebration, and a recommitment, all rolled into one. At one point, my mother brought out a photo album, its pages yellowed with age, its covers soft with years of handling. "Look at this one," she exclaimed, pointing to a faded picture of us, all awkward smiles and gangly limbs, standing in front of the maple tree. "Ethan, you were always so serious." And Claire with her little blue ribbon. A quiet hush fell over the table. The image of Claire, forever young in that photograph, brought a gentle melancholy to the room. "She was a special girl," Jenny said softly. "Always so kind and so brave." "She was," Milo agreed, his gaze fixed on the photo. "I remember that day. We just tried to build a dam in Miller's Creek and it broke. The hydrological implications of our amateur engineering were, shall we say, suboptimal," Luis added, a wistful note in his voice. "I heard from her, Mom," I said, breaking the silence. "I messaged her after I got off the train. She's doing well, teaching music, has 2 boys. My mother's face lit up. "Oh, that's wonderful, dear. I always hoped she'd find happiness. Such a sweet girl. Did she remember you?" "She did," I confirmed, a warmth spreading through me. "She remembered the paper airplane." "The paper airplane," my mother repeated, a soft smile on her face. "You always were so thoughtful, Ethan, always making things for people." As dessert was served, my mother's famous apple pie, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Claire, a reply to the selfie I'd sent earlier. "Ethan," it read, "that photo. It brought tears to my eyes. You all look exactly the same, and yet so much more. It's like looking at a piece of my own heart, still beating. Thank you for sending it, it means the world. And Jenny, you still look like you could outrun the wind. Give them all my love. And tell Milo his store looks exactly as wonderful as I remember." I showed the message to the others. Jenny beamed, Luis nodded thoughtfully, and Milo's face softened. "She's right, you know," Jenny said, looking at the photo on my phone. "It feels like a piece of my heart, too. All of us, together again." "The confluence," Luis murmured. "Not just of echoes, but of living, breathing narratives. The past informs the present, and the present reshapes the past. It is a beautiful, intricate dance." Later, as the evening drew to a close and my friends began to depart, there was a lingering warmth, a sense of quiet contentment that settled over me. Hugs were exchanged, promises of future gatherings made, not out of obligation, but out of genuine desire. "Don't be a stranger, Ethan," Jenny said, giving me a firm hug. "This was good, really good. Let's not wait another 30 years. "We won't," I promised, meaning every word. As I helped my mother clear the table, the house, once filled with the boisterous laughter of friends, settled into a comfortable quiet. "They're good people, Ethan," my mother said, her voice soft. "Your friends. They always were. It's good to see you all together again." "It is, Mom," I agreed, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within me. "It really is. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities." I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the chorus of childhood was now a vibrant, harmonious symphony playing on the stage of my heart. The morning after the reunion, I woke in my childhood bed, the scent of lavender and old wood polish a comforting embrace. Sunlight filtered through the lace curtains my mother had insisted on keeping for decades, dappled across the familiar floral wallpaper. For a moment, disoriented, I forgot where I was, the hum of the city replaced by the quiet chirping of birds outside my window. Then the memories of the previous day rushed in. Milo's booming laugh, Luis's philosophical pronouncements, Jenny's fierce energy, and the warmth of my mother's embrace. It wasn't just a house, it was a vessel overflowing with a lifetime of love and shared history. I padded into the kitchen, drawn by the familiar scent of brewing coffee and frying bacon. My mother was already there, humming a soft tune as she moved between the stove and the counter. She looked up, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she greeted, her voice soft. "Slept well, I hope? You look much more rested than you did when you arrived." "Morning, Mum," I replied, pouring myself a mug of coffee. The warmth seeped into my hands, a comforting anchor. "I did, actually. Better than I have in years, I think. It's nice to be back." She nodded, placing a plate of crispy bacon and scrambled eggs before me. "It's nice to have you back, dear. The house feels more alive when you're here, and it was so wonderful to see your friends. They're such good children." I chuckled. "We're hardly children anymore, Mum." "Nonsense." She waved her hand dismissively. "To a mother, you'll always be her children. And they always were such a lively bunch. Jenny with her energy, and Milo always making everyone laugh. And Luis always with his head in the clouds. I always knew he'd end up teaching something important." "They haven't changed much in some ways," I mused, stirring my coffee. "Just a bit more seasoned, a few more stories under their belts. And you, Ethan," she said, her gaze direct yet gentle, "you've changed. In a good way. You seem lighter, happier, more present." I met her gaze, a warmth spreading through me. "I think I am, Mom. I'm trying to be. It was a revelation. Seeing them all again. It made me realize how much I'd missed, how much I'd let slip away." "Well, it's never too late to pick up the threads, dear," she said, her voice full of quiet wisdom. "Life is long, and there's always time for new beginnings, or old ones rediscovered. Your father always said that. He believed in second chances, and third and fourth." "He did," I agreed, a fond memory of my father. Always encouraging, always forgiving, surfacing in my mind. I think I'm finally understanding what he meant. "And Claire," my mother continued, her voice softening. "It was lovely to hear from her. She sent me a message this morning, thanking me for having you all. Such a sweet girl. She said the photo made her day." My heart gave a little flutter. "She did? That's nice." "It's more than nice, Ethan," my mother said, a knowing twinkle in her eye. It's a connection. She always had a special place in your heart, didn't she? And you in hers, I always thought. I felt a blush creep up my neck. Mom. Oh, don't mom me, she chided playfully. A mother knows these things. Just don't let too much time slip away again, dear. Life is too short for unspoken words. Her words, so simple, yet so profound, resonated deeply. They echoed Claire's own sentiments, Louise's philosophical musings, and my own newfound conviction. I won't, Mom, I promise. After breakfast, I helped her with the dishes, a familiar ritual that felt profoundly grounding. We talked about her garden, about the upcoming town fair, about the small everyday rhythms of Maplewood life. It was a gentle re-entry into a world I had once taken for granted, a world I now cherished. Saying goodbye was surprisingly easy this time. There was no lingering sense of guilt or regret, no heavy weight of departure. Just a warm hug, a promise to call, and the knowledge that the connection was now firm, an unbroken thread. Drive safely, dear, she called out as I pulled out of the driveway. And don't forget to call your sister, she's been asking about you. I won't, Mom, I waved, a genuine smile on my face. The drive back to the city was filled with a quiet contentment. The landscape, which had seemed so muted on my initial accidental journey, now felt vibrant, alive. The trees, the houses, the distant hills, they all held a new significance, imbued with the warmth of the connections I had just rekindled. On the train, Mrs. Liu, the conductor, passed by my seat with a knowing nod. "A good trip, Mr. Hale?" she inquired, her voice soft. "A very good trip, Mrs. Liu," I affirmed, meeting her gaze. "A journey of rediscovery, you could say." She smiled, a gentle, almost mystical smile. "Those are the best kind. Sometimes you have to go back to find your way forward." She moved on, leaving me with her quiet wisdom, a silent guardian of possibility. As the city skyline emerged, I pulled out my phone. There was a new message from Claire sent just as I was leaving Maplewood. "Ethan," it read, "I'm still smiling from that photo. It was so wonderful to see you all together again. It brought back so many memories, good ones. It made me realize how lucky we were to have that kind of childhood, that kind of friendship, and to still have it, even after all these years. It's like finding a hidden treasure you didn't even know you'd lost." I typed back, the words flowing easily, authentically. It truly was a hidden treasure, Claire, and I feel incredibly lucky to have rediscovered it. It made me realize how much of myself I'd left behind, or rather, how much of myself I'd compartmentalized. Seeing everyone, seeing Maplewood again, it felt like putting the pieces back together. Her reply came quickly. "That's a beautiful way to put it. Putting the pieces back together. We're all just trying to do that, aren't we? To make sense of our past, to build a present that feels authentic, and to hope for a future that's full of connection. It's a lifelong project, I suppose." "A lifelong project," I agreed, typing, "but a worthwhile one. And it's a lot less daunting when you have people to share the journey with, people who remember the paper airplanes and the grape popsicles." "Definitely," she wrote back, followed by a soft emoji of a smile. "Those are the best kind of travel companions. So, what's next on the agenda for the newly reassembled Ethan Hale? Any more grand reunions planned?" "Well," I typed, "I'm going on a biking trip with Mara next month. And I'm still trying to convince Jenny to run a marathon with me, though she insists she's still faster. And I have a standing invitation for pot roast at my mum's. And I'm actually looking forward to work tomorrow. It feels different now." "Different is good," she replied. "It sounds like you're truly living, Ethan, not just observing. That's a wonderful thing to hear. Keep me updated on your adventures. And don't forget to tell me about the biking trip. I'm living vicariously through your newfound zest for life. I will, I promised. And you do the same. Tell me about your boys, their latest adventures, the music you're teaching them. Everything. Everything, she echoed. It's a deal. The conversation ended, but the warmth of it lingered, a gentle glow in the quiet of my commute. The city, which had once felt anonymous and overwhelming, now seemed to hum with a different kind of energy, one I was more attuned to. Back in my apartment, the blue paper airplane above my desk seemed to shimmer with a renewed vitality. The ficus, green and thriving, stood as a silent witness to the profound shifts occurring within me. I placed my newly acquired copy of Cosmic Crusaders beside the shoebox of photographs, a tangible bridge between my past and my present. The next day at work, the office felt less like a sterile environment and more like a vibrant ecosystem. I found myself engaging with colleagues, offering genuine smiles, and even initiating conversations about things beyond the immediate tasks at hand. Sarah, my junior colleague, approached me after a team meeting. "Mr. Hale," she began, a hint of excitement in her voice. "I've been working on that new reporting process, the one you helped me with, and I've managed to streamline it even further. I think it could save us even more time." "That's fantastic, Sarah," I exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Tell me about it. What did you come up with?" We spent the next half hour brainstorming, her enthusiasm infectious, my own mind alight with the possibilities. It was a collaborative dance, a synergy that felt both productive and deeply satisfying. Later that afternoon I called Ruth. "Hey, big brother," she answered, her voice a little harried, but with an underlying warmth. "Mom said you had a good time in Maplewood, and that you actually called her before she called you. Miracles do happen, it seems." "It was good, Ruth," I said, a genuine smile on my face. "Really good. Seeing everyone again, Mom, Milo, Luis, Jenny. It was like finding a piece of myself I didn't realize was missing, and it made me realize how much I've missed you too." There was a beat of silence on the other end. "Ethan," she said, her voice softening. That's really nice to hear. I've missed you too. I always worried about you, out there in the city, doing your spreadsheet thing. You always seemed so contained." "I was contained," I admitted. "Too contained. But I'm trying to uncontain myself. I even went on an overnight hike with Mara, and I'm going on a biking trip next month." "A hike? A biking trip?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident. "What happened to the man who considered a walk to the kitchen an Olympic sport? This is quite the transformation, Ethan. I'm proud of you, seriously." "Thanks, Ruth," I said, feeling a warmth spread through me. "It means a lot, and I'm trying to be better about staying in touch. For real this time. No more 6-month silences." "Good," she said, her voice firm. "Because I'm going to hold you to that. And you know, I was thinking, I have some vacation time coming up. Maybe I could come visit Mom, and we could all have dinner, just the two of us and her. No philosophers or speed demons required." "I'd love that, Ruth," I said, a genuine excitement bubbling up within me. "That would be perfect." "Perfect," she echoed. "Let me check my calendar, but consider it done. And don't you dare go silent on me again, you hear?" "Loud and clear," I promised. Later, Mara stopped by my desk. "Hey, Ethan. Just wanted to confirm the biking trip details. I've got a group chat going. You in?" "Absolutely, Mara," I said, my voice full of enthusiasm. "Count me in. I'm even looking at buying a new bike. Not just theoretical this time." She grinned. "Fantastic. I knew you'd be hooked." "Welcome to the active life, my friend. It's a lot more fun than spreadsheets, I promise." "I'm starting to think you might be right," I admitted, a genuine smile on my face. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was: metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be, once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the unbroken thread of connection was now firmly in my grasp, guiding me towards a future I was finally eager to embrace. The blue paper airplane, a steadfast companion above my desk, seemed to shimmer with a quiet energy, reflecting the morning light as if imbued with the promise of new adventures. It was a crisp Saturday, the kind of day that felt tailor-made for exploration, and the very air in my apartment hummed with an anticipation that was no longer just mine, but shared. The ficus, now a vibrant, flourishing presence, stood as a silent testament to the efficacy of consistent care, a leafy metaphor for the life I was diligently cultivating. My new bicycle, a sleek, modern marvel of engineering, leaned against the wall in the hallway, its tires gleaming, a stark contrast to the rusty relic of my youth that existed only in the hazy archives of memory. It was a tangible investment in this unfolding chapter, a commitment to movement, to experience, to the exhilarating cadence of putting one pedal in front of the other. The thought of the upcoming biking trip with Mara and her intrepid group filled me with a familiar blend of eagerness and a humorous, almost nostalgic apprehension. My calves, still occasionally protesting the recent mountain hike, were about to embark on a new kind of challenge. Mara's message arrived, a cheerful ping that cut through the quiet of my breakfast. "Morning, adventure man. Weather's perfect. Meet point in an hour. Don't forget your helmet, your water, and your sense of humor. You're going to need all three." I grinned, a genuine, unforced expression that felt increasingly natural. "On my way, Captain Cyclist. Helmet acquired, water bottle full, humor, well, that's a work in progress, but I'm bringing it." The meeting point was a bustling trailhead on the outskirts of the city, a place where the asphalt yielded to winding paths, and the urban clamor softened into the rustle of leaves. Mara, her perpetual ponytail bouncing, was already there, her short, athletic frame radiating an infectious energy. She was surrounded by a small group, a mix of familiar faces from the hike and some new ones, all similarly geared up, their bikes gleaming in the morning sun. "Ethan, right on time," she greeted, her smile wide and welcoming. "Meet the rest of the crew. This is Sarah. She's usually faster than all of us, so don't try to keep up. And Tom, who knows all the best coffee stops along the route. And you remember David, our resident philosopher cyclist." David, looking surprisingly aerodynamic in his cycling gear, nodded thoughtfully. "Ethan, good to see you. I've been contemplating the aerodynamics of the human spirit. Does the wind resistance of societal expectation slow us down, or does it provide necessary friction for propulsion?" "I'm hoping for propulsion today, David," I quipped, shaking his hand. "My calves are still recovering from the last philosophical debate." Mara clapped her hands together. "All right, team, route briefing. Today's a scenic loop along the river, about 20 miles, mostly flat, but a few gentle climbs to keep things interesting. We'll stop for coffee at the halfway point. Remember to stay hydrated, communicate, and most importantly, have fun. Any questions?" "What if a squirrel challenges me to a race?" David asked, ever serious. Mara rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "David, you are not to engage in any existential debates or competitive cycling with the local wildlife. Just enjoy the ride. Let's roll." The initial miles were a joyous blur of motion, the wind whipping through my hair, the rhythmic whir of the gears a soothing counterpoint to the rush of the river beside us. My new bike felt responsive, an extension of my own renewed energy. The city, which had felt so encompassing just an hour ago, quickly receded, replaced by the vibrant greens of riverside parks and the dappled sunlight filtering through ancient trees. Mara rode beside me for a stretch, her steady presence a comforting anchor. "So, how's the new ride treating you?" she asked, her voice clear above the wind. "Fantastic, Mara," I exclaimed, feeling a surge of exhilaration. "It's been years since I felt this kind of freedom. It's like flying, but with more effort," she laughed. "That's the beauty of it, isn't it? Earned freedom. You know, my dad used to say, life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. He was a big believer in constant motion." "Your dad sounds like a very wise man," I commented, thinking of my own father and the quiet wisdom he'd imparted. "He was," she agreed, a soft smile touching her lips. "He taught me that stillness can be important, but stagnation is deadly. You have to keep pedaling, even if you're not sure where you're going, because the act of moving itself creates the path." Her words resonated deeply, echoing Luis's philosophical insights and my own recent journey of rediscovery. I had spent so long in stagnation, fearing the unknown, that I had forgotten the sheer joy of movement, of propulsion, of simply being in motion. As we continued, the conversation flowed easily, punctuated by the occasional shared laugh or a shouted observation about a particularly beautiful stretch of river. Sarah, true to Mara's word, was indeed a blur of speed, but she would occasionally loop back, offering encouragement. Tom, with his encyclopedic knowledge of local coffee shops, was already anticipating our halfway stop. David, however, was in his own world, occasionally muttering to himself or making unexpected pronouncements. At one point, as we passed a particularly ancient-looking tree, he called out, "Behold, the silent witness to countless cycles of existence. Does its rings whisper of the past, or do they merely record the passage of time, devoid of narrative intent?" Mara just shook her head, a fond smile on her face. "He's harmless mostly, just don't ask him about the philosophical implications of a flat tire." The coffee stop was a welcome break, a bustling little cafe tucked away in a charming riverside town. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods filled the air, and the camaraderie around the outdoor tables was palpable. "This is amazing, Tom," I said, sipping my espresso, the warmth seeping into my hands. "How do you find these hidden gems?" "Years of dedicated research, Ethan," he replied, a twinkle in his eye, "and a highly refined palate for caffeine. You learn to appreciate the finer things when you spend this much time on a bike." I found myself sharing stories from the Maplewood reunion, about Milo's comic store, about Luis's philosophical musings, about Jenny's competitive spirit. The group listened with genuine interest, offering their own anecdotes about childhood friendships and the unexpected twists of life. "It sounds like you're really reconnecting with your past, Ethan," Sarah observed, her young, earnest face thoughtful. "That's really cool. I sometimes wonder what happened to my old friends from high school. We all just kind of drifted apart after graduation." "It's easy to do," I admitted. "Life gets busy. But sometimes a little nudge, a little reflection, is all it takes to realize what you've been missing. And the effort to reach out, it's always worth it." After coffee, the return journey felt lighter, the miles melting away as we rode back towards the city. The physical exertion, once a source of apprehension, had transformed into a rhythmic meditation, a way to clear the mind and connect with the present moment. I felt a profound sense of well-being, a quiet joy that hummed beneath the surface. Later that evening, back in the quiet of my apartment, my muscles pleasantly tired, I found myself drawn to my phone. A message from Claire was waiting. "Ethan," it read, "I was just watching my boys trying to build a fort out of blankets and pillows, and it made me think of Luis and Milo. And you, of course. The sheer joy of creating a world, even a temporary one. It's a magic we tend to lose as we get older, isn't it?" I smiled, picturing her boys, their innocent faces alight with the thrill of creation. "It is, Claire," I typed back, "but maybe we don't lose it entirely. Maybe it just gets misplaced. And sometimes you just need a little reminder to go find it again." I actually spent the day on a biking trip along the river. It was beautiful and exhilarating. And I thought of your dad's words, the ones Mara shared. "To keep your balance, you must keep moving." It resonated. Her reply came swiftly. "Oh, that's wonderful. My dad always loved his bike rides. He used to say the wind was the best therapist, and it's true, isn't it? There's something about the rhythm, the open road, that just clears your head." I'm so glad you're finding that joy, Ethan. It sounds like you're building your own kind of fort now, one filled with movement and new experiences. A fort of movement, I mused, typing. I like that. A fort that's always expanding, always discovering new territories. It's a far cry from the blanket forts of our childhood. But the spirit of adventure, the joy of creation, it feels very similar. It does, she agreed. And that's the magic, isn't it? That the essence of those childhood joys, those foundational experiences, never truly leaves us. They just wait for us to remember them, to pick up the thread again. Our conversation continued, a gentle weaving of present experiences and shared memories, a quiet dance of two souls reconnecting across the miles and the years. It wasn't a grand romance, not in the traditional sense, but it was something equally profound, a deep, abiding connection, a mutual understanding that felt like coming home. The next week brought another significant thread in my unfolding life, Ruth's visit to our mother's house. I drove down to Maplewood, a sense of eager anticipation bubbling within me. The anticipation was not just for seeing Ruth, but for witnessing the quiet magic of our family, for being a part of that intricate, unspoken tapestry. Ruth was already there when I arrived, her sleek car a stark contrast to my mother's more traditional sedan. She was in the living room, perched on the edge of the sofa, phone to her ear, her brow furrowed in concentration. She looked up as I entered, her eyes, sharp and intelligent, meeting mine. "All right, I'll send you the revised draft by end of day," she said into the phone, then clicked it shut. "Ethan, you made it. Right on time. Mom's in the kitchen already stressing about the roast." "Hey, Ruth," I said, pulling her into a hug. It was a less awkward hug than usual, a testament to our recent, more open conversations. "Good to see you, and yes, I can smell the roast from here. Mom's in full Sunday dinner mode." "She is," Ruth confirmed, a small smile playing on her lips. "And she's already asked me 3 times if you're still eating red meat." "I told her you were. Barely, but you were." I chuckled. "Thanks for the cover. It's good to see you, Ruth. Really good." "You too, big brother," she said, her voice softening. "You look less stressed. The hiking and biking are clearly agreeing with you. You're practically glowing." "It's the fresh air and the lack of spreadsheets," I quipped, "and the renewed sense of purpose, and honestly, reconnecting with you, and Mom, and the old gang." She nodded, her expression thoughtful. "It's good, it's really good, Ethan. You know, I always worried about you. You used to be so locked down, like a vault." "I was," I admitted. But the vault is open now, or at least the door is ajar, and it's a lot less lonely inside. That's a beautiful metaphor, she said, a rare note of genuine sentiment in her voice. I'm glad you're letting people in. It's a brave thing to do. It is, I agreed. But it's worth it. It really is. Dinner was a symphony of family connection, the conversation flowing easily between my mother's gentle inquiries, Ruth's witty observations, and my own newfound willingness to share. We talked about my hiking and biking adventures, about Ruth's demanding but exhilarating legal work, about my mother's latest gardening triumphs. It was a tapestry woven with laughter, shared memories, and the quiet comfort of being truly seen and heard. Later, as Ruth and I sat on the porch, sipping tea, the cool night air a gentle caress, she turned to me. You know, Ethan, when you first started reaching out, I was skeptical. I thought it was just a phase, or that you needed something, but it's not, is it? No, Ruth, I said, looking out at the familiar, quiet street. It's not. It's real. It's about being present, about not letting time slip away without noticing it, about saying what I mean before it's too late. She reached out and squeezed my arm, a rare gesture of physical affection. I'm glad, Ethan. I really am. It makes me happy to see you. Happy. And you know, I think Dad would be proud. Really proud. Her words, simple and heartfelt, brought a lump to my throat. I think so too, Ruth, I really think so too. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me. But it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be, and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the unfurling path was leading me towards a future that felt not just possible, but wonderfully, genuinely my own. The hum of my new bicycle, a low contented whir as I navigated the city streets, had become the new cadence of my life. It was a rhythm of motion, a conscious counterpoint to the years of static existence, and it felt exhilaratingly right. The blue paper airplane above my desk, a silent witness to my daily departures, seemed to cheer me on, its delicate wings poised for flight. My ficus, a thriving testament to consistency, stood tall and green, a steadfast anchor in my increasingly dynamic world. The biking trip with Mara and her intrepid crew had been another revelation. The initial apprehension had quickly dissolved into the pure, unadulterated joy of movement, the wind in my face, the rhythmic pumping of my legs, the shared laughter and camaraderie. My calves, though still occasionally reminding me of their previous exertions, now hummed with a quiet strength, a testament to newfound resilience. Mara, with her boundless energy and infectious enthusiasm, had become a wonderful companion on this new path. Her insights, often delivered with a playful wink, resonated deeply, building on the philosophical musings of Louise and the quiet wisdom of my mother. You know, Ethan, she'd said during a particularly challenging uphill climb, her voice surprisingly steady, my dad always used to say that the best views come after the hardest climbs. And it's not just about the physical view, is it? It's about the perspective you gain. The strength you find when you push past what you thought were your limits. I'd grunted, pushing harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I'm mostly focused on not falling off right now, Mara, but yes, I think I'm beginning to understand. The reward, it's not just the destination. Exactly, she cheered, pulling ahead with a burst of energy. It's the journey. It's the becoming. It's realizing you're capable of more than you ever imagined. And she was right. The summit, a breathtaking vista of rolling hills and winding rivers, had been glorious. But the true triumph lay in the ascent itself, in the quiet determination that had propelled me forward. It was a tangible metaphor for the changes unfolding within me, the slow, deliberate work of pushing past old limitations, of embracing discomfort for the sake of growth. Back in the city, the newfound energy from the biking trip infused my daily routines. My interactions at work were more vibrant, more engaged. I found myself proactively seeking out opportunities to collaborate, to mentor, to share ideas. Sarah, my mentee, was flourishing, her confidence growing with each successful project. "Mr. Hale," she'd said one afternoon, her eyes shining with excitement, "I just got approval for my next proposal, the one we worked on together. Thank you so much for all your help. I couldn't have done it without you." "You most certainly could have, Sarah," I'd corrected gently, "but I'm glad I could offer some guidance. This was all your hard work, your brilliant idea. You just needed to trust your instincts. Remember that." Her smile was a reward in itself, a testament to the ripple effect of genuine encouragement. My phone, once a mere tool for scheduled communication, now hummed with a constant, gentle flow of messages. The group chat with Milo, Luis, and Jenny was a lively exchange of old jokes, new observations, and tentative plans for another reunion. "You guys remember that time Jenny tried to convince us we could fly if we just flapped our arms hard enough?" Milo texted, followed by a string of laughing emojis. "I still have a scar from that experiment." "Hey, it was a sound theory based on avian mechanics," Jenny shot back. "And you were the one who insisted on trying it off the shed roof, Milo. I just provided the scientific hypothesis." "The scientific hypothesis, Ms. Chu, neglected to account for the fundamental principles of aerodynamics and gravitational pull," Luis interjected, ever the academic. "A valuable lesson in empirical verification, however, and a testament to the enduring human desire for transcendence." I smiled, reading their banter, feeling a profound sense of belonging. "I just remembered the paramedics being very confused," I typed, adding my own memory to the mix. The conversation with Claire, however, held a different cadence. It was a quieter, more reflective exchange, a gentle weaving of shared past and unfolding present. We talked about her boys' latest adventures, their innocent questions about the world, the music she taught them. She shared stories of her students, the small triumphs and challenges of guiding young minds. "Ethan," she messaged one evening, "Leo, my youngest, asked me today if the stars are just holes in the sky where the light gets through. It made me think of your message from the hike, about the sky full of stars, and about how sometimes the most profound questions come from the simplest observations." "He's a natural philosopher, like Luis," I replied, a warmth spreading through me. "And I think his observation is quite poetic. Sometimes the holes, the gaps, are where the most light gets in. It's what we choose to see through them that truly matters." "That's beautiful, Ethan," she wrote back. "And so true. So what are you seeing through your holes these days? Any new constellations forming?" "New constellations and old ones shining brighter than ever," I typed, carefully choosing my words. I'm seeing the beauty in connection, the strength in vulnerability, the joy in movement. And I'm seeing that the quiet voice I'd ignored for so long, the one that whispers of wonder and possibility, was right all along. "That's a wonderful constellation to behold," she replied, followed by a sparkling star emoji. "It sounds like you're truly finding your way, Ethan, and it's a joy to witness." Her words, so gentle and affirming, resonated deeply. It wasn't about a grand, sweeping declaration of love, but about a quiet, mutual appreciation for the journey, for the unfolding of lives that, against all odds, were finding their way back to a shared path. It was a connection that felt organic, authentic, built on a foundation of shared history and a blossoming present. My mother, still basking in the glow of Ruth's recent visit, called me midweek. "Ethan, dear," Ruth just called. She said she had such a lovely time, and she said you looked... Well, she said you looked like you finally ironed your shirt, which, coming from Ruth, is high praise indeed. I laughed. "I think she meant I looked less rumpled, Mum. And yes, it was wonderful having her. It's good to reconnect." "It is," she agreed. "And she said she wants to come back for Thanksgiving. Can you imagine? The whole family together again. It's been ages." "Thanksgiving sounds wonderful, Mum," I said, a genuine warmth spreading through me. The thought of a full house, of laughter and shared meals, filled me with a quiet joy that once would have felt overwhelming. I'll definitely be there, and maybe I can convince Milo, Luis, and Jenny to join us for a post-dinner walk or a board game. "Oh, that would be just lovely," she exclaimed, her voice bright with anticipation. "The more the merrier, and your father always loved a good board game. He used to say it brought out the true character in people." The conversation flowed easily, a comforting rhythm of family connection. The gaps that had once defined our relationship were slowly, steadily being filled with shared moments, with genuine interest, with a newfound willingness to be present. One afternoon, during a particularly challenging spreadsheet analysis, I found myself humming the tune of a jump rope song from my childhood. The melody, light and playful, was a welcome counterpoint to the dry logic of the numbers. I realized then that the strict division between my work life and my personal life was blurring, softening at the edges. The joy I found in connection, the lessons I learned from the wilderness, the insights gleaned from conversations with friends and family, they were all seeping into my professional world, making me a more engaged, more effective, more human analyst. I found myself approaching problems with a different perspective, seeing not just the data, but the people behind the numbers, the stories embedded in the spreadsheets. It was a subtle shift, but a profound one, transforming a task that once felt draining into something more meaningful, more purposeful. The blue paper airplane above my desk, once a symbol of unfulfilled dreams, now felt like a beacon of hope, a reminder that the sky was not the limit, but merely the beginning. The ficus, unwavering in its green vitality, stood as a testament to the enduring power of gentle care. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet. But I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be, and slowly, gently carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the cadence of connection was now the steady, comforting rhythm of my life, propelling me forward with a quiet, unwavering joy. The blue paper airplane, a silent, unwavering sentinel above my desk, caught the early morning light, its delicate paper wings seeming to vibrate with the quiet energy of a life in motion. The rhythmic whir of my bicycle, now a familiar companion on my morning commute, had replaced the monotonous drone of the train, transforming a chore into a daily ritual of exhilaration. Each pedal stroke was a conscious choice, a tangible assertion of presence, a small victory against the inertia that had once defined my days. The ficus, vibrant and unfurling, stood as a leafy testament to the power of consistent nourishment, a living metaphor for the careful tending I was now applying to my own existence. The office, once a sterile landscape of spreadsheets and hushed conversations, now felt more like a dynamic ecosystem. My new perspective, honed by the wilderness and the rediscovered warmth of human connection, allowed me to see beyond the numbers, to recognize the stories, the aspirations, and the occasional frustrations of the people around me. One Tuesday morning, during a particularly intense project review, Sarah presented a bold, innovative solution to a long-standing operational bottleneck. Her idea, born from countless hours of meticulous research and creative problem-solving, was met with a mix of cautious optimism and a familiar resistance from some of the more senior, entrenched team members. Mr. Henderson, a man whose career seemed to be built on the principle of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, even if it was clearly limping, leaned back in his chair, a skeptical frown on his face. "Sarah, I appreciate the enthusiasm," Mr. Henderson began, his voice dripping with condescension. "But we've tried similar approaches in the past. They always end up creating more problems than they solve. This seems overly ambitious, and frankly, a little disruptive to our established processes." My old self would have remained silent, perhaps offering Sarah a sympathetic glance later. But the new Ethan, the one who had climbed mountains and ridden rivers, felt a surge of something akin to quiet indignation. This was not just about a process. It was about stifling innovation, about crushing a burgeoning spirit. I cleared my throat, drawing the attention of the room. "Mr. Henderson, if I may," I said, my voice calm but firm, "I've reviewed Sarah's proposal thoroughly, and while I understand your concerns about disruption, I believe the potential benefits far outweigh the risks. Her analysis of the current inefficiencies is sound, and her proposed solution addresses those pain points directly. Furthermore, the disruption you refer to is often a necessary catalyst for growth. Stagnation in a rapidly evolving market is far more disruptive in the long run." Mr. Henderson raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by my intervention. "Ethan, with all due respect, your area is operations, not strategic development." "And I believe Sarah's proposal offers a significant operational advantage," I countered, meeting his gaze directly. "It's not just about strategic development, it's about optimizing our current workflow, reducing errors, and ultimately improving our bottom line. We can't afford to be complacent, not anymore." Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with gratitude and a hint of surprise. My colleagues, sensing a shift in the internal dynamics, watched intently. Mara, who was also in the meeting, offered me a subtle, approving nod. The discussion continued, but the tide had turned. With my unexpected advocacy, Sarah's idea was given the serious consideration it deserved, ultimately leading to a pilot program for its implementation. After the meeting, Sarah approached me, her face alight with excitement. "Mr. Hale, I don't know what to say," she stammered, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you. Seriously. I thought for sure they were going to shoot it down. You really stood up for me." I smiled. "You stood up for yourself, Sarah. I just provided a little backup. Your idea was solid. You just needed someone to help cut through the noise. Don't ever let anyone tell you your ideas aren't valuable. You have a fresh perspective, and that's a powerful asset." "I won't," she promised, her voice firm, "and I'll make sure this pilot is a resounding success. Thank you again." The satisfaction I felt was profound, a quiet joy that transcended any professional achievement. It was the satisfaction of speaking a truth, of championing another, of actively shaping the world around me, rather than merely observing it. My phone buzzed later that day, a group chat message from Milo. "All right, you old farts. Thanksgiving is almost here. Mrs. Hale is already planning world domination via pot roast. What are our plans for the post-dinner digestive activities? I'm thinking a competitive round of capture the flag in the backyard. Jenny, you in?" Jenny's reply was instantaneous. "Capture the flag? Milo, are you insane? My knees are not what they used to be. But if it involves strategic planning and mild physical exertion, I'm game. As long as I get to be the flag bearer, I can still outrun all of you." Louise chimed in. Capture the flag, an intriguing proposition, the metaphorical implications of territorial acquisition, the ethics of subterfuge, the inherent futility of temporary victory. I propose we add a philosophical debate component to each capture. Points awarded for logical fallacies identified. "Luis, you're going to get us all killed," Milo retorted, followed by a string of laughing emojis. "No philosophy during the flag capture, man. Just pure, unadulterated childhood aggression. Ethan, what about you? Ready to relive your glory days as a stealthy infiltrator?" I typed back, a smile spreading across my face. Stealthy infiltrator. I was more of a tactical retreat specialist. But I'm in, as long as someone brings the emergency ice packs for Jenny's knees. The banter continued, a joyful cacophony of shared memories and future plans. It was a symphony of small truths, each note a testament to the enduring power of friendship. Later that evening, a message from Claire arrived, a gentle counterpoint to the lively group chat. "Ethan," she wrote, "Leo is convinced you're a real-life superhero now. He saw a picture of you on your bike, and he says you look like Captain Pedal Power. He wants to know if you have a secret cape." I chuckled, imagining myself in a cape soaring through the city streets. "Tell Leo that Captain Pedal Power's cape is currently in the wash, but it's made of pure determination and a little bit of borrowed courage, and that the real superpower is finding joy in the everyday, even on a Tuesday morning spreadsheet." "That's a beautiful superpower," she replied, followed by a heart emoji. "And I think you're wielding it quite effectively. It makes me wonder, Ethan, about all the other unspoken superpowers we carry, the ones we forget we have until someone reminds us, or until we decide to use them." "Perhaps," I mused, typing my response, "we're all just a collection of latent superpowers, waiting for the right moment, the right nudge to activate them, and sometimes that nudge comes from an unexpected source, like a late commuter train, or a child's innocent question, or a paper airplane," she added, her words a soft echo in the quiet of my apartment. "It's a wonderful thought. It makes the world feel a little more magical, a little more full of possibility." "It does," I agreed. "And that's a magic I'm happy to embrace." The conversation deepened, weaving between the whimsical and the profound. We talked about the challenges of parenting, the quiet joys of teaching, the delicate balance of nurturing young minds while still tending to one's own inner child. It was a connection that felt both effortless and deeply nourishing, a conversation that resonated with the quiet hum of shared understanding. My sister, Ruth, called me a few days before Thanksgiving, her voice a mix of professional briskness and sisterly warmth. "Ethan, just confirming Thanksgiving logistics. Mom's already sending me hourly updates on the turkey's weight. Are you still planning to drive down early enough to help her set the table, or are you going to pull your usual surprise arrival act?" "I'll be there early, Ruth," I promised, a genuine smile on my face. "I've actually offered to help with the grocery run. You know, strategic acquisition of pie ingredients." "Pie ingredients," she exclaimed, a note of genuine surprise in her voice. "Wow, you really are a changed man. Mom's going to faint. Are you feeling all right? No sudden onset of domesticity, I hope." "Just trying to be helpful, Ruth," I said, chuckling. "And yes, I'm feeling great. Better than great, actually. The biking trip was fantastic, and the old gang is planning a game of capture the flag after dinner." "Capture the flag," she repeated, a ghost of a laugh in her voice. "Oh dear, I might just have to bring my legal pads for the inevitable disputes over boundaries and unfair tagging. You know Milo still thinks he's invincible." "He is in spirit," I said. "And Jenny's convinced she can still outrun everyone. It's going to be epic. You should join us." She mused. "Running around in the dark, chasing a flag. That's a far cry from my usual post-dinner legal brief review. But maybe, just maybe, it sounds like a certain kind of chaos I might actually enjoy." "It's the best kind of chaos, Ruth," I assured her. "The kind that reminds you what it feels like to be truly alive and to laugh until your sides hurt." All right, you've convinced me," she said, a genuine warmth in her voice. "I'll pack my running shoes, but don't expect me to be as enthusiastic as Jenny. My competitive spirit is reserved for the courtroom." "We'll see," I teased. "I remember a certain little sister who was fiercely competitive at Monopoly." She laughed, a rare, uninhibited sound. "Touché, big brother, touché. All right, I've got to go, but I'll see you soon, and try not to cause too much trouble before I get there." "No promises," I replied, a genuine warmth spreading through me. The train, which I still took occasionally, especially on days when the weather was inclement, felt different now. It was no longer a symbol of routine and quiet resignation, but a bridge, a momentary pause between the vibrant chapters of my life. Mrs. Liu, the conductor, seemed to notice the change. One evening, as she passed by my seat, she paused, a gentle smile on her face. "You seem to carry a different kind of light with you these days, Mr. Hale," she observed, her eyes twinkling. "A much brighter one." "I think I'm just learning to turn it on, Mrs. Liu," I replied, a genuine smile on my face. "It was always there, I just kept it hidden." She nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Many people do, but the world is a much better place when we let our light shine. Even if it's just a small flicker, it can inspire others, you know." "I'm learning that," I admitted, thinking of Sarah, of Mara, of my friends, of Claire. "It's a powerful lesson." "Indeed," she said, moving on down the aisle. "Indeed. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be, once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance, not yet, but I was being reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be, and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the symphony of small truths was now playing at full volume, a joyous, harmonious anthem of a life finally fully lived. Thanksgiving morning dawned crisp and clear over Maplewood, painting the familiar landscape in hues of gold and amber. The drive to my mother's house, with the windows down and the cool air invigorating my senses, felt less like a return and more like an arrival. The blue paper airplane, now a cherished fixture above my desk back in the city, seemed to whisper encouragement, its delicate wings catching the metaphorical winds of change that had swept through my life. My ficus, thriving in its sun-drenched corner, stood as a silent, verdant testament to the power of consistent nourishment, a leafy mirror to the care I was finally extending to my own existence. I arrived at my mother's house early, just as promised, the scent of roasting turkey and simmering spices already wafting from the kitchen. A potent, irresistible invitation. Ruth's car, a sleek, efficient machine, was already parked in the driveway, a testament to her own commitment to family, despite her demanding schedule. As I stepped onto the porch, the familiar porch swing creaking a welcome, the sound of laughter spilled from the open door, a warm, harmonious prelude to the day. My mother, her face flushed with the heat of the oven and the joy of anticipation, greeted me with a flower-dusted hug that smelled faintly of sage and home. "Ethan, you made it. Just in time. Ruth is already trying to reorganize my spice rack, bless her heart." Ruth emerged from the kitchen, a half-empty jar of paprika in her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration. She looked up, her sharp eyes meeting mine, and a genuine smile softened her features. "Big brother, and you brought actual groceries. Mum, I think he's officially broken." I chuckled, depositing a bag filled with artisanal cranberry sauce and a particularly extravagant pumpkin pie onto the counter. "Just trying to be helpful, Ruth, and yes, I picked up the extra sage you mentioned, Mom." My mother beamed. "Oh, you're a gem, Ethan. See, Ruth? He listens. Not like some people who just rearrange things without asking." "It's called optimization, Mum," Ruth retorted good-naturedly. "Your spice rack is a chaotic ecosystem. I'm merely introducing order to the universe." "Well, let's introduce some order to this turkey," my mother declared, shooing us both towards the living room. "Dinner will be ready in an hour. Go relax, and don't you dare peek at the pie, Ethan." The living room, adorned with autumn-themed decorations and bathed in the soft glow of the fireplace, felt like a warm embrace. Ruth and I settled onto the plush sofa, the comfortable silence between us a testament to our newly forged connection. "So how's work, Ruth?" I asked, genuinely interested. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. "A battlefield, as usual, but a rewarding one. We closed a major deal this week, and it felt good, like actually winning something, not just pushing paper around." She looked at me, her gaze thoughtful. "And you? Mom says you're still biking and hiking, and that you defended Sarah's proposal at work." She sounded genuinely impressed. I smiled. "It was a good week. The biking trip was exhilarating, and yes, Sarah's proposal was excellent. She just needed someone to stand up for her. It felt right." "It was right," Ruth affirmed. "That's the kind of leadership people need. Not just someone who knows the numbers, but someone who knows how to champion others. I'm proud of you, Ethan. Seriously, you're really stepping into yourself." "I'm trying," I admitted, a warmth spreading through me. "It's a process, but it's a good one, and it's a lot easier with you and Mom in my corner." Just then, the doorbell chimed, a flurry of activity erupting from the kitchen. My mother, abandoning her turkey, rushed to answer it. A moment later, the living room was filled with the familiar, boisterous energy of Milo, Louise, and Jenny. "Mrs. Hale, that turkey smells absolutely divine," Milo boomed, pulling my mother into a bear hug. "I'm already starving." "Jenny, you made it," my mother exclaimed, embracing her warmly. "And Louise, so good to see all of you. Come in, come in." Louise, ever composed, offered my mother a small, elegant bouquet of autumn leaves he'd gathered. "Mrs. Hale, a humble offering to the domestic goddess. May your feast be as bountiful as your spirit." My mother beamed, clearly charmed. "Oh, Louise, you always know just what to say. And Jenny, you look absolutely radiant." Jenny, her eyes sparkling, came straight for me. "Ethan Hale, I knew you'd be here, and I brought my A-game for Capture the Flag. Just so you know, I've been practicing my sprints." "I wouldn't expect anything less, Jenny," I said, returning her hug, "but I've been working on my stealth tactics." Milo clapped me on the back. "Stealth tactics? You were always more of a human shield man. But don't worry, I've got your back. And Louise, did you bring your whiteboard for the philosophical debates mid-game?" Louise adjusted his glasses, a mischievous glint in his eye. "A portable whiteboard, Milo, is a necessity for any serious intellectual pursuit. One must be prepared for the spontaneous eruption of dialectical discourse, even amidst the chaos of territorial games." Ruth, observing the delightful chaos, shook her head with a laugh. "You guys are truly something else. I almost forgot how vibrant you all are." "It's the Maplewood air, Ruth," Jenny declared. "It breeds legends." Dinner was a joyous, cacophonous affair, the long dining table laden with a golden-brown turkey, mountains of mashed potatoes, and my artisanal cranberry sauce became the epicenter of our shared history. My mother, presiding over the feast with a benevolent smile, effortlessly steered the conversation, weaving between our childhood anecdotes and our present-day triumphs. "Ethan tells me you're all doing such wonderful things," she said, beaming at us. "Jenny, your work with those children, it's just so inspiring. And Milo, keeping the comic book store going. Your father would be so proud." "It's a labor of love, Mrs. Hale," Milo said, his mouth full of turkey. "And Louise, still teaching those young people to question everything?" "Indeed, Mrs. Hale," Louise replied, a twinkle in his eye. "For without inquiry, there can be no progress. Your pumpkin pie, for instance, prompts a most profound question. How can such simple ingredients achieve such transcendental flavor?" My mother laughed, clearly delighted. "Oh, you philosophers, always with the big words. Just eat your pie, dear." Ruth, usually reserved at family gatherings, found herself drawn into the easy banter. She shared stories from her legal career, peppered with her characteristic wit, and even recounted a hilarious anecdote about a particularly stubborn client that had us all roaring with laughter. It was a side of Ruth I hadn't seen in years, unburdened by the weight of professional decorum, simply enjoying the warmth of familial connection. As the last crumbs of pie were cleared and the coffee mugs refilled, Milo jumped up. "All right, everyone, enough feasting. It's time for the main event. Capture the flag. Who's in?" Jenny was on her feet instantly. "I'm in, but I call dibs on the red ribbon. It matches my competitive spirit." Louise, with a dramatic flourish, pulled a small laminated card from his pocket. "I have prepared a set of rules for the philosophical challenge variant, where points are awarded not only for flag capture, but for logical arguments presented during tag attempts." "Louise, no," Milo groaned. "Just run, man. Ethan, you're with me. We're the stealth squad." Ruth, to everyone's surprise, stood up, a determined glint in her eye. "All right, count me in. But I'm warning you, Milo, I'm highly strategic, and I know a thing or two about identifying weaknesses in an opponent's defense. My mother, wrapped in a cozy shawl, watched us with a fond smile. "You children, be careful out there, and don't you dare trample my prize-winning petunias." The backyard, transformed into a battleground under the soft glow of the moon, became the stage for a joyous, chaotic reenactment of our childhood. We split into two teams, Milo, Jenny and I, against Luis, Ruth, and two of my mother's neighbors, who had gamely joined the fray. The rules were simple. The execution, however, was anything but. Jenny, true to her word, was a blur of motion, her red ribbon a fleeting streak in the dim light. Milo, with his boundless energy, charged headfirst into enemy territory, often with more enthusiasm than tactical sense. Luis, surprisingly agile for a philosopher, used the shadows to his advantage, occasionally pausing to deliver a dramatic monologue about the ethics of espionage to a bewildered neighbor. And Ruth. Ruth was a revelation. Her legal mind, usually employed in drafting complex contracts, proved to be a formidable asset in the game. She moved with a quiet precision, anticipating moves, forming alliances, and executing daring flanking maneuvers. "Gotcha, Milo," she shrieked, tagging him with a triumphant slap on the back, her face flushed with excitement. "That's what you get for underestimating the power of strategic planning." "No fair, Ruth." "You distracted me with a legal brief," Milo protested, laughing. I found myself laughing too, running through the familiar terrain of my mother's backyard, my heart pounding, not with fear or anxiety, but with pure, unadulterated joy. I ducked behind the old oak tree, the same one where we'd carved our initials decades ago, and saw Jenny, her red ribbon fluttering, making a dash for the enemy flag. "Go, Jenny, go!" I whispered, a surge of adrenaline propelling me forward. The game culminated in a frantic, hilarious scramble, with Milo making a heroic, if ill-advised, dive for the flag, only to be tagged by Luis, who then proceeded to deliver a lengthy discourse on the existential despair of defeat. Ruth, meanwhile, had managed to sneak behind the opposing team, securing our flag with a triumphant flourish. "We won!" Ruth cheered, pumping her fist in the air, her face beaming. "Take that, Milo. The power of the Hale-Delgado alliance prevails." We collapsed onto the lawn, breathless, laughing, our bodies aching but our spirits soaring. The cool night air felt crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of damp earth and victory. Later, gathered around the kitchen table with mugs of hot chocolate, the conversation was quieter, more reflective. "That was unexpectedly exhilarating," Ruth admitted, sipping her cocoa. "I haven't run like that since college. My hamstrings are going to hate me tomorrow." "But your spirit will thank you, Ruth," Louise said gently, "for embracing the joy of the moment, the simple pleasure of play." "He's right," Jenny added, her face flushed. "It's good to remember what it feels like to just run, to be free." Milo, nursing a slightly scraped knee, grinned. "And it's good to know we've still got it, even if it means minor injuries and philosophical debates about flag ownership." I looked at their faces, illuminated by the soft kitchen light, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within me. These were my people, my history, my present, and, I realized, my future. My phone buzzed. A message from Claire. I opened it, a warmth spreading through me. "Ethan," it read, "I was just putting Leo to bed, and he asked me if the stars in the sky are the same ones we see from Maplewood. And it made me think of you, and your message about the stars from your hike. I told him they were, and that they connect us no matter how far apart we are. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Sending you a little bit of that Maplewood magic." I smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile. "She's thinking of us," I said, showing the message to the others. "She always was a thoughtful one," my mother murmured, her gaze soft. "Tell her we say hi," Jenny called out. "And that we won capture the flag," I typed back, the words flowing effortlessly, authentically. Claire. Your message arrived just as we were recovering from an epic game of capture the flag. Ruth, surprisingly, was a tactical genius. We won. And yes, the stars are definitely connecting us tonight. Happy Thanksgiving. The Maplewood magic is strong here. The message sent, I looked around the kitchen at my mother, her face serene, at Ruth, still flushed with the joy of victory, at Milo, Jenny, and Luis, their laughter echoing through the room. The ache of time, the time I didn't get back, the summers that sped away without asking permission, still resonated within me, but it no longer gnawed. It hummed, like a low string in a symphony, a grounding note beneath the bright, hopeful melodies of present connections and future possibilities. I was learning to listen to the whole composition, not just the dissonant notes. The train, I realized, was still what it was, metal and schedule, the ordinary grace of getting you home. But for me, it had become something more. It was a lesson I was late to, but still in time for. That movement is not always distance. That arrival is sometimes admitting you were already where you needed to be once you finally said what you meant. I was not becoming fearless. I was becoming willing. I was not redeemed by a grand romance. I was reborn by a series of choices that, like tracks, ran parallel to the person I used to be, and slowly, gently, carried me somewhere I could recognize without regret. Time was still a fragile thing in my hands, but I held it now, and it did not slip away every time I blinked. It was a journey, and the symphony of small truths was now playing at full volume, a joyous, harmonious anthem of a life finally, fully lived. I was home, not just in Maplewood, but within myself, and the path unfurling before me, though unknown, felt utterly, wonderfully my own. Author's reflection. As I close this final page, I find myself lingering in the quiet spaces the story has left behind, like the echo of footsteps fading down a long corridor, or the last, lingering scent of wood smoke on a cool autumn night. Every word once written belongs as much to you as it does to me, and in that shared space we've walked alongside Ethan, felt the clatter of his train, heard the whispers of his memories, and witnessed the gentle unfurling of his heart. This story began, as many do, with a simple question: what if we could go back? Not to change things, but to understand them, to reclaim the lost pieces of ourselves. Ethan's journey, sparked by a chance encounter with a name on a train, became a profound exploration of what it means to truly live, to connect, to finally say the things that have long remained unsaid. I wanted to capture the bittersweet ache of nostalgia, the quiet heroism of everyday choices, and the profound beauty of human connection, not just in grand gestures, but in the small, daily teaspoons of truth. Perhaps you saw yourself between the lines. Perhaps you recognized the quiet longings, the missed opportunities, the gentle nudges that life offers us all. Perhaps you found a piece of your own past, a forgotten friend, a lingering regret, or a nascent hope. This story, for me, was a reminder that time, though fragile, is also incredibly forgiving, always offering us a chance to re-engage, to rewrite our narratives, to choose willingness over fear. It's a testament to the idea that redemption isn't always a dramatic, billboard-sized event, but often a quiet, internal rebirth, fueled by authenticity and the courage to be vulnerable. I am grateful for your presence on this journey, for lending your imagination and your heart to Ethan's world. Stories end, but the feelings they stir stay alive. In you, in me, in all who let them in. May you too find your own maple trees, your own paper airplanes, and the courage to say what you mean before it's too late.